Test, test.
Good morning, everybody. In order to move to the main session, you should have received a breakout room request. If you don't, can you click on breakout rooms?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get this show on the road. Real quick, if you are a guest and not a voting member, please go into the balcony area. That's where guests are designated. This does not apply to candidates. So if you were a candidate but not a voting member, you can stay on the floor. But everyone else, please go to the balcony and allow our voting members and the candidates to have the floor. Okay. All right. The 2025 Colorado Republican Central Committee organizational meeting is called to order. Please join me and stand for the invocation led by Hope Sheppelman and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Randy Corcoran. And Randy, you're on deck, so please come up.
Good morning, everybody. Heavenly Father, we gather in gratitude for freedom you have given us and the country we are blessed to call home. Grant us wisdom, courage, and strength as we stand for truth, justice, and the values that define our great republic. Bless President Donald J. Trump, protect those who serve, and unite us in the purpose to define liberty for generations to come. May our actions honor you and preserve the blessings of this nation. In your holy name we pray, amen.
Well, Randy is somewhere around here, so I'll tell you what, we're just going to go ahead and skip ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The 2025 Colorado Republican Committee organizational meeting is convened under the authority of the bylaws of the Colorado Republican Committee and is held pursuant to relevant provisions of Colorado law. The chair appoints Ted Harvey as the chairman pro tem. Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, can we take any conversations outside? And if you want to stay in here, please go ahead and remain silent as we go through some of these preliminary things, please. Please. We're already getting a few complaints. If we could just bring it down a bit. Thank you. Let's see. The authority of the bylaws of the Colorado Republican Committee and is held pursuant to relevant provisions of Colorado law. The chair appoints Ted Harvey as the chairman pro tem of the assembly to preside in the absence of the chairman. The state central committee officers are myself, Dave Williams, Hope Sheppelman, state party vice chairwoman, and Anna Ferguson, state party secretary, Tom Bjorklund, state party treasurer, Christy Fedora, our RNC national committee woman, and Randy Corcoran, our RNC national committee man. I'm pleased to name the following individuals and committee appointments and thank those who have agreed to serve in these important leadership roles. For our parliamentarian today, the chair appoints Gregory Carlson. Mr. Carlson is a professional registered parliamentarian with the National Association of Parliamentarians. You applauded too soon because there's another thing here that's pretty important. Gregory also served as a member of the Rules Committee of the Republican National Committee at the Republican National Convention. So let's give him a round of applause. The chair appoints the following for timekeeper, Vicki Tompkins. And then the sergeant at arms today will be Steve Shannon, otherwise known as Urkel. The chair also appoints Tom Bjorklund, Tim Leonard, and Anna Ferguson for the Credentials Committee, Debbie Perry Smith, Elizabeth Temple, and Robin Webb for the Teller Committee, and Keith Maines, Brad Collins, and Ben Nicholas for the Rules Committee. I also have a few announcements that we're going to make here before we get into the credentials report, just a few housekeeping items. First and foremost, if you need to use the restroom, they're outside the sanctuary to your right, if you don't already know that. Also, food and beverages are not allowed in this sanctuary. You can have a closed container for a drink, but otherwise, please don't eat or drink in here with an open container. Guests, again, if there are any guests, please be up there. The exception to that would be any candidates, of course. And let's see here. I want to also make an announcement before I forget about this. It's to the chair's understanding that Kevin McCarney has dropped out of the chairman's race, and I just wanted to go ahead and announce that ahead of time in case anyone's thinking about that. This will be we have two mics here for debate. One will be for, the other will be against. And per the rules, I believe it's 26 total minutes for debate time, 2 minutes per person. And the chair does have the discretion to extend that a bit so we can ensure that there's enough and adequate engagement. As far as disruptions, the chair would like to remind everyone that we need to maintain a standard of decorum so that all members are able to engage and debate ideas. It's okay to vigorously and passionately debate the policies, but the chair does remind everyone that we are all Republicans here, and to the extent that we can help it, let's try not to attack anyone's personalities or go after anyone's character. With that said, your leadership team plans for a smooth meeting, but we do need to put the disclaimer out there. If there are disruptions, we won't tolerate it for long. So please ensure that if you wish to speak to any issue or support or oppose anything, please make sure you're coming down to the microphone, and that when you do debate, you announce who you are, what county you're from, and preferably what title you have, whether that's a county officer, a bonus member, what have you. With that, the first item of business is the adoption of the initial credentials report. There will be an updated credentials report before the first ballot for state chairman occurs. And so for that, I'm going to go ahead and call on treasurer, but credentials committee chairman Tom Bjorklund to come up for the purposes of an initial credentials report. So if anyone sees Tom over there by the computer. Oh, there he is. Come on, Tom. You're up.
Welcome, members. Thanks for taking the time to show up and to be here. I know not everybody can, and so that's why they have the Zoom. But there's 65 people waiting in the Zoom to get in still, so they're working through that process. So 65 I haven't checked in yet. We have a total of 399 members present. Or excuse me. Yeah, it's a total of, bear with me just a second. I went in the Zoom and they actually had an issue, so. Just a second. Okay, there are 350 members present. And there are 49 members on Zoom. For a total of let's see, this is, hang on. Let me just, 49. Sorry, we got. Okay. Yeah, no, this is the total. There's 399. So, yeah, there's 399. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, so there's 399, what I said originally. What happened is one of the computers on Zoom got switched to a checkout at the front. So I just had to figure out which one it was. And so we have a total of 49 on Zoom, 399 total, and 350 present.
In person.
In person. All right.
Say right here. So read that part. Or right here. Read that.
Gotcha.
On behalf of the credentials committee right there. 1 second. 1 second. Let's make the motion. I'll recognize you.
On behalf of the Credentials Committee, I move the adoption of the preliminary credentials report. As I said, there's more people on Zoom waiting to get in, so.
Come on down, please, and I'll address it for you. Go ahead. I got it. All right. If you could state your county and your name and your question.
Leslie Parker, Chair of Delta County, and we have David Moran waiting to get on Zoom and Matt Soper waiting to get on Zoom.
Yes, so this is a preliminary credentials report. They're in the waiting room waiting to be credentialed in. We will not take any major votes without first making sure everyone that's waiting to be credentialed on Zoom is brought into the meeting room.
Okay, they've been on for about 20 minutes, so I just wanted to make sure they were good.
They're in process. Okay. As the adoption of the preliminary credentials report has been moved by the chair of the credentials committee, the motion does not require a second. The motion on the floor is the adoption of the report of the credentials committee. A majority is required and only voting central committee members may vote at this time.
Mr. Chairman, a question to the chairman of the Credentials Committee. When he says that 350 people are here, how many are in person and how many are by proxy?
There are no proxies allowed here, so 350 people are here in person and the rest are on Zoom for a total of 399. Okay, all right, so I see another potential question here. State your name and county, please.
Mr. Chair, I am Julie James. I'm a bonus member from Weld County. Thanks, Weld County. The credential chair said there were 399 possible. There were 350 present, 49 in the Zoom call and 69 waiting to get into the Zoom call. So that is over the amount of people that are possible.
Yeah, there are over 500 total members possible.
Okay, thank you.
504.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, are there any other questions before I take the vote here? 1 second, let me check with my credentials chair. Broomfield. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm waiting for 1 second just to potentially hear from a member here, but we'll go ahead and start over here. Go ahead, sir. Speak into the microphone. It should be on.
Bob Miles, Arapahoe County, and bonus member. Is a quorum present?
Yes, a quorum is present.
That's good.
Yes.
Just a, just a point of order, we still have visitors on the floor. So before you call the vote, could we have them go to the,
Sure.
thank you.
Yes. If you are not a voting member, please go to the guest area up on the second floor balcony, as I'm facing it on my left. And again, the exception is candidates. If you're a candidate, you can stay on the floor, but please do not participate in the voting process if you're not a member. And teller committees can also stay as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more inquiry here. Come on down. Remember, please state your name and county.
Carol Baker, Arapahoe County. I am a non-voting member. May I please sit on this floor? Let me ask another question.
Sure.
When we count the number of people who are participating today, are we counting only non-voting, only voting members, not all members?
Only voting members, but we have not included non-voting members. So ladies and gentlemen, Carol is considered a non-voting member and technically has all the rights that any voting member would have except for voting. So I'm going to ask the body here to take a vote on this particular question because we want to make sure that everyone knows the rules before we get started here. So I'm going to ask, is it okay for
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question prior to your vote, please?
What's your question?
The question is, could we have all those non-voting volunteers and otherwise non-voting members stand so we can see who they are?
Sure, we can do that. If you're a volunteer and a non-voting member, please stand up so we can just take and see who exactly there is. So this is going to be represent the teller committee teller committee folks. We have a few volunteers over here there, and we have other volunteers there, and there are some candidates around here as well. So that's the total number of folks that we have present that are non-voting members. But I want to make it very clear, Carol is actually what we consider a member of our central committee, but she doesn't have a vote because what's your
I'm Senate District Chair,
Senate District Chair.
District 28, but I'm not a bonus member.
These non-voting members do have rights to participate except for voting if they so choose. And that's in our bylaws. So the question that I'm going to ask this central committee is it okay for members like Carol to be here on the floor?
Mr. Chairman, one of the reasons I asked for that is now we know who they are. We can keep an eye on them, and therefore we're in good shape now.
Sure.
Thank you.
Don't worry about it. I want to ask the body permission because this is sort of a gray area here. So all in favor of letting non-voting members like Carol remain on the floor here, say aye. All opposed, say no. Okay, okay. The chairman is in doubt. So hold on one second. Those in favor, please stand up. Those who cannot vote, do not stand, please. Okay. All right, please be seated. Give everyone a second here. All those opposed to people like Carol staying on the floor, please rise. It is the determination of the chair that the ayes have it. Carol, you may stay, but I ask that you please sit in the back and not vote,
I am.
obviously. Thank you so much.
Thank you for considering.
You bet. Come on forward.
Hi, my name is Heather Stidham. I'm the chair in Broomfield County. This is James, my vice chair. We have two vice chairs. One is not able to attend, and we are wanting clarification on why he's not able to vote.
The bylaws require that within a certain time frame prior to a reorg or to any central committee meeting, that the county itself designates who that voter is to be. If they do not designate who that is, it's automatically the first vice chair. So those are the rules, and I'm not sure if
We didn't receive that information.
it's in our
February.
bylaws.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yvonne Paez from Larimer County, bonus member. And I just want to address something.
Mhm.
I haven't read the bylaws all in every detail, but I believe somewhere in there, maybe there's this proxy stuff, and there is no proxies here. There are no proxies here, proper English. And people think they solve the no proxies problem by saying you can either be here or be on Zoom. There are those who are medical professionals, who are nurses, doctors, firemen, and do all sorts of 24/7 jobs, who, in my case, I'm losing a significant amount of money because I'm a gig worker, and I would have done a proxy, so that's kind of less. But then you've got people who their husband might have had a heart attack the night before, their family member, somebody might have been involved in a car accident, they might be in a hospital tending to them, and they cannot be neither by Zoom nor here. And that's what I believe proxies are for. And I think that not having proxies disenfranchises people with either serious work problems that need to make a living, and we're not like everybody else. We don't work Monday through Friday, or have some kind of family emergency and then cannot do the proxy thing. I'm just letting people know. Thank you.
One second. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to address the proxy situation, but I want to make it clear that right now, we are still on the adoption of the credentials report, and we need to keep the initial credentials report, and we need to keep on topic. Also, if you have points of inquiry or parliamentary procedure, I'm happy to address those, but now's not the time to actually start engaging in any sort of speeches or debate. Again, if you have a question, I'm happy to answer it. I'm even happy to address the proxy situation. I assume that there was a question connected to that. So we will do our best to accommodate everyone that we can, but to address the proxy situation, this is a hybrid meeting, and our bylaws specifically prohibit the use of proxies in such event. My decision to have this be a hybrid meeting was connected to the very serious threats that we received from Antifa and the Denver Democratic Socialists of America. Those threats were serious. That's why we have additional security personnel here. We provided those security threat assessments, not only to the venue last night at the band and dinner, but also to local law enforcement. And we were not sure how serious they were willing to carry out any sort of acts of violence. And so as a precaution, we wanted to make this a hybrid situation in case we had to pivot into an electronic process. For those of you who do not know, we were informed that the Antlers Hotel, for example, that was originally going to host us with Steve Bannon, did have pretty credible threats of potential bombs. So the chairman, your leadership tried to balance all the different competing interests to the best of our abilities. And that's why we ended up having a hybrid meeting ultimately. So I do apologize for the inconvenience for those who may not be able to participate online, but ultimately we did this so that we could not only continue our business and our work, but do so in a productive and safe fashion. Go ahead, sir.
James Zucker, Broomfield County Vice Chair, was made aware that the bylaws are not published online, nor were they provided to us. So how would we know that we need to designate?
The bylaws have been published online on our some individual. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get a little technical here. For one possible explanation is that sometimes you have to clear out your internet cache or your cookies, because we will have to, from time to time, update those bylaws, which we have. In fact, a number of members expressed this problem to us, several weeks ago. Hey, where are the updated bylaws? I'm seeing the ones that were adopted for September 30th, 2023, and I'm not seeing the August 31st versions of that. Once you clear out those caches, that helps. I don't know if that's a particular reason why you didn't see them. The other thing we did is we emailed all the county, every voting member, we emailed the link to the bylaws along with the standing rules.
So for me, I was voted in February, the second week, first Monday. So I've only seen what is after that. So I don't know anything prior to that. So again,
I apologize.
How do I get to see that? And then how do we set that up to where now here we are in March? You said there's a specific period of time. Was I within or was I without?
Thank you. So we try our best to post them on our website and email all the officers and bonus members and members that are able to vote at these meetings. I'm not sure what else I can tell you, but those are our rules and we try our best to post them.
Okay, so there's nothing we can do to take a vote to allow me to have the vote from the chair?
No, we cannot. We have to adhere to our bylaws.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Kathy Stroud, bonus member from Jeffco, HD 29 chair as well. First of all, it's cash, not cachet. Second, I have a motion that if we're going to have non-voting members sprinkled throughout the audience, could we all at least corral them to one area? Could that be a good alternative? Instead of making them go upstairs, at least corral them?
The chairman does not want to interfere with how the teller committee has structured their placement within the room. So
So they're all
going to-
teller committees all sprinkled throughout?
well, you saw where they were,
Yeah.
primarily here, primarily there. So,
All right.
Okay. People need to, if you want to call the question, you have to come to the front and do that. Sir.
Mr. Chairman, Josh Sonnenberg, Chairman, Logan County. I call the question.
Okay. Do you wish? What's that?
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, the question has been called. There's clearly been a second. All in favor of calling the question and ending debate, say aye. All opposed? Yeah. I think we know where this is going, but we want to check with our Zoom participants first, just to make sure. Okay, the ayes have it. Sorry, sir, debate has ended. We have to move into immediate, we need to move into immediate voting for credentials first, and then I can recognize you after. Okay. All in favor of adopting the initial credentials report, please say aye. All opposed? 1 second. The ayes have it. The initial credentials report is adopted. Okay, sir, come on down and please let us know what you wish to discuss.
Thank you, Chairman. Eric Reinert, Secretary of Weld County. I've been attending Central Committee meetings for over 10 years, and counties with multiple vice chairs have always been given fractional votes. I don't know if that has actually changed in the bylaws, but notwithstanding that change, I move that we suspend the bylaw in this instance and that we allow the second vice chair of Broomfield County to carry the proxy for the other vice chair and have one full voting vote at this meeting only. Is
That motion is out of order. I'm sorry, we cannot.
that out of order? All right, thank you.
Yes. First name and your county, please.
Lindsay, Weld County. I am a bonus member and I am getting notifications that credential or possible credentialed members are getting booted out of Zoom.
Every member has received an email. If they're booted out of Zoom, they can click back into there and register in, and we will credential them in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Laurel Eimer, bonus member, Jefferson County. I have a procedural question.
Yes.
Is it possible to have the Zoom participants on one of these screens?
Yes, it is. And we plan on doing it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So our system administrator, whenever you are ready, you can put the Zoom participants on the screen so that people can see. No more questions. I can move on the script. I assume you guys want to vote, so I'll answer questions if you like, but we'll go on. The next item of business is the adoption of the standing rules. The chair recognizes Brad Collins. He's not the chairman of the Rules Committee, but I'll explain why, but he's a member. Keith Maines had an unexpected funeral that he had to attend, and so he may be participating online as opposed to in person, so Brad will go ahead and do this part.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The rules have been drafted to ensure that we may conduct important business of this Central Committee meeting in an efficient and timely manner to ensure efficiency, complete transparency in the balloting and tallying of votes, while still preserving the rights of any minority and the ability of any voting member to have his or her voice heard with respect to the business of the Central Committee. Mr. Chairman, I therefore move that we dispense with the reading of the rules and move to the adoption of the rules as proposed.
One second. You can come up, Peg, if you want. The motion on the floor is the adoption of the standing rules. And it looks like we have an inquiry or something. So go ahead and state your name and county, please.
Could you read the rules of, sorry, this is Peg Cage from Boulder County. Thank you. Could you have the amended rules of the executive committee procedures that you changed? Could you have them read? Because they were done less than 7 days prior to the meeting. And that is part of the bylaws that you have to read those.
Are you referring to the election code policy?
Yes.
Those aren't the standing rules.
They aren't the stand.
Those are separate. Those are separate.
Are you going to approve those also?
No.
Could you read those, please?
I'll ask the body.
That's part of the rules.
I will, no, the reading of the rules applies to the standing rules, not the conduct of election policy, but I will ask the body.
Thank you.
If they wish to have it read.
Thank you.
All in favor of having the election code policy read, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. That motion is probably going to fail, but give us a second. The noes have it. Okay, so we're back to the adoption of the standing rules. Seeing no debate, I'm going to go ahead and move into the vote. All in favor, please rise. In favor of adopting the rules, so we can go on. I assume you want to vote. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. And we're going to wait a second. And just so everyone knows, the reason I asked for the standing rise is because parliamentary procedure requires 2/3 vote. I just wanted to make sure we had it. We're going to wait on Zoom real quick here. There are 2/3, and so the standing rules are adopted. Okay, we have an inquiry here. Go ahead.
My name is Kathleen Chandler. I'm from Arapahoe County, a bonus member. Can we have a copy of the agenda maybe put up on the screen? I have not seen one, sir.
We emailed out the agenda, but we will try to get it out just so everyone is aware. The agenda is more or less for your benefit to show you sort of the order of business, obviously, but by no means are we going to go in that order because we have candidates who are probably going to go multiple rounds on the election. So the chair is going to use his discretion to go in and out of certain agenda items so as to maximize our time. Can I have the agenda there? Cody, I don't know if it's possible to put it on the screen or not. We'll work on that. But this is the agenda right here, and I'll just go ahead and sort of tell you the order of business while we're working on that. So first order of business was credentialing and registration, which you already did. Then we started out in the auditorium with the prayer and pledge, as well as the introduction of officers and general announcements. And then we moved into the adoption of the credentials report and just the rules. And then after that, we are going to likely move into chairman nomination speeches. And the reason we're doing that is because we have 7 candidates who each get 8 minutes, and that's going to take a while. And so we want to be able to go ahead and let those candidates present their case. And then before we vote, we will then give an updated credentials report. After that, as ballots are being tallied, we plan on doing the CD3 controversy complaint and response, and both parties will be given 10 minutes to speak. And then you'll be able to engage in normal debate. And then we will see where we're at on the chairman's race. And then somewhere within the election of officers, we will then move on to vice chair and secretary, not necessarily in that order. And then sprinkled in between, we will do amendments as much as we can. I want to go ahead and let everyone know we are not likely to get to every single business item on here, but we put it on the agenda because on January 30th, we couldn't necessarily do those agenda items because we adjourned prematurely. And so they're on here just because that's how you would do it as a matter of course. If we are unable to finish any of our business, we will simply lay it over for the next administration to deal with at the next central committee meeting. And then we will try to break for lunch at a reasonable hour and then adjournment. So to be determined, that's what the agenda was. If we can get it, we'll post it for you, but that's it. And so with your permission, I'd like to go actually.
Point of order, Chairman.
Yes.
So I am Sandra Oste from Larimer County Chair. And I have, out of my 18 bonus members, I have 6 that are on Zoom. And I have had them reporting to me that they're in waiting rooms. They're waiting to get on. They've been put on hold, and we're moving on with voting, and we're moving on with hearing from candidates. And I don't want my members disenfranchised of their vote because they're not being let in. And I'm assuming that this is not just happening in Larimer County, but it's happening across the state with people that can't get on the Zoom. They've been put in, kicked out. They've reset their computers. How are we going to resolve this?
We're going to credential them. And a part of the reason why we are taking a little bit longer on Zoom is because there were many individuals in this room that did not appreciate the prior credentialing process that we had. So as to satisfy the Central Committee's concerns about credentialing online, they are going through a more robust process that does take a little bit slower. It's going to take a little bit more time and it's slower. But in order to have an accurate count, we're doing it that way. Just so everyone knows, we are requiring ID checks for people that do come into the Zoom meeting. And if there are connectivity issues or issues with the Wi-Fi on their end, we will certainly keep it open for them to continue.
But if they're not getting on to the Zoom and they're not able to listen into these candidate speeches.
We have a live stream going right now for everyone. And I believe our system administrators have pointed them to the live stream.
Okay,
as they're
check
waiting.
with them. All right, I'll check with them. Thank you.
You bet. And just so everyone knows, we are not going to do elections without first properly credentialing people. We're going through the perfunctory, things that we have to do in order to continue forward. And so the adoption of agenda is not that, necessary to have everyone credentialed and ready to go, unless you guys want to take maybe, a little bit longer break for the adoption of the agenda. Okay, so I'm going to move forward. The chair, the next item of business is the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was distributed to members in an email. We tried to send it out as frequently as possible, including this morning at 7 a.m. So you can check your email inboxes and there should be a link to it. I'm going to recognize Anna Ferguson for the adoption of the agenda.
I move the adoption of the agenda.
Second,
Is there a second?
there it is.
Okay.
The motion on the floor is the adoption of the agenda. A majority vote is required for the adoption. I don't see any debate, so we'll move into the vote. All in favor of adopting the agenda, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. We got one abstention here. Give us 1 second. We want to check with the Zoom participants. The ayes have it. Go ahead.
Kay Rendelman, El Paso County. Is it possible for the totals on the Zoom to be read just as totals so that we are aware and make sure that they're being counted?
Well, doing it in real time might be a bit difficult. We have a record that's being, that's going to be, we're not only recording this, but we also have the chat that's going to be put into not an Excel, but. Right. So we'll have that record. But before we do any voting on officers or any major things, we will have a final credentials, well, an updated credentials report so that you know.
Yes, but the question is, if you're pausing to look and say, okay, here are the votes on Zoom, how are you knowing if it's impacting a vote here?
The chair
That's
really,
my question.
the chair really trusts Gregory Carlson to make sure he's giving us an accurate count.
Okay, so you're not tallying right now.
No, we're not tallying. So for these voice votes, we are asking for them to participate via chat. And we'll have a record of that if anyone wants to examine it afterward. But ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, I'm relying on the good faith and honesty of Gregory Carlson to help me understand the votes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Weston.
Mr. Chairman, Weston Eimer, Jefferson County. So point of order, I suppose, is what this would fall under. There's been a couple of people who have reached out to me about the stream. My understanding is what is shown on YouTube is what we see in this room. There's been requests from folks outside of this room that we project the stage view on the YouTube channel. If we are to do that, the body cannot see the voting members in the Zoom. So the question I'm asking is, can we ask the body what they would prefer and make a vote?
Well, the chairman would recommend that you see where it says Chairman Dave Williams, the stage, that they pin that, that they would pin that.
They
to
can
the
pin it
Zoom,
them, okay.
And then that will expand the screen.
So you would like to pin it to the Zoom, which will
No,
then.
I would like the individual members who are on Zoom to do that so that the membership here can stay on this screen.
Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Shauna Black, El Paso County bonus member. I think you kind of covered this with Ms. Rundelman, but can you explain to us just what the method is that Mr. Carlson is using to count the Zoom votes, just so we have a little bit of a better understanding?
With respect to the less consequential votes where we take a standing vote or a voice vote, the system administrator is prompting the members on the screen here to type into the chat yay or nay. And Gregory is doing his best to, manage that portion of it and tell me what his thinking is with respect to whether the Zoom participants favor or oppose any particular motion.
Thank you.
Yes, the officer, just so we're clear, the officer votes for the online participants are going to be tallied and they will be anonymous, and we will have a record of those. We won't be using the chat function on those.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're getting through it. Next item of business is the approval of the previous meeting minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the executive committee actually went ahead and approved these ahead of time, but we wanted to bring this vote to all of you. Good reason why we did it is because we needed to actually produce those documents over to the Attorney General's office. I don't know if you guys remember, but we are suing Jenna Griswold and the Colorado Secretary of State over the unconstitutional open primary law. As a part of discovery, we had to hand that over, and we wanted to give them something that we could say was approved by one of our voting bodies. At this point, we just want you to ratify that. That's where we're at. We went ahead and distributed those as well. And if there are any questions, we can certainly, take them at this time. But that's all. We're just here to approve the minutes and then move on to the next agenda item. So seeing no debate, all in favor of adopting the previous meeting minutes, say aye. All opposed? Okay. That's all right. Well, we got it. Okay, the ayes have it. Okay. All right. So what the chair would like to do, and if the membership is okay with this, I'd like to move into the nomination of chair candidates at this time because we have 7 candidates. They get 8 minutes each. If you do the math, that's going to be a little bit. And so we want to get through those speeches. And then at the conclusion of those speeches, we will then get a updated credentials report. And this chairman will promise you right now that anyone waiting online, we will wait until they are properly credentialed and so they can receive a ballot so that they can participate in the first round of voting. So that's sort of the plan here. If there are any objections, speak now or forever hold your peace. So the candidates who submitted nominations for chairman and the order of speaking will be Ryan Everett, Richard Holtorf, Britta Horn, Jeremy Goodall, Darcy Showing, Mark Morris, and Lori Sane. And again, to remind everyone, Kevin McCarney had previously declared his intent, but I believe as of 2 days ago, decided not to run anymore. So he will not be nominated and speaking unless he runs up to me now and tells me otherwise. The candidates who submitted nominations for vice chairman and the order of speaking will be Danielle Neuschwanger, D. Lee Philin Sr., and Hope Scheppelman. The candidates who submitted nominations for secretary and the order of speaking will be Greg Cooper, Russ Andrews, Nicole Britton, and Anna Ferguson. Are there any further nominations? Okay, are there any further nominations? I want to make sure we don't miss anyone who wants to join the fun. Okay, I'm not seeing there. There being no further nominations, the chair declares nominations for officers' positions closed. Under the standing rules, each candidate shall be allotted a total of 8 minutes for the purpose of nominating, seconding, and accepting speeches. So just rules of engagement for those candidates. Why don't you start getting ready and on deck? Ryan, you're first. If there are supporters who want to show their support, we ask that they be up front here so that they can show their enthusiasm for their preferred candidate to all of you. But only the candidate and their nominatings and seconds, please come on stage.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes.
Sandra Oste, Larimer County Chair. Again, I've reached out to my people, and as you say, the live stream is available to them, but they are not seeing it. So I want to make a motion that we stop moving forward until we get this worked out, that all the people that are supposed to be seeing the live stream and all the people that are supposed to be on Zoom so that they can hear what these candidates have to say and they're not disenfranchised, they're able to hear, to learn, to understand, and make a right decision for who's going to lead this party going forward.
Before we address your motion, do you mind if I speak with our system administrator and
Great.
see if we can resolve it without
I'd
having?
love to have it resolved. I want to move forward.
You bet.
Yes,
You
thank
bet.
you.
The chair will stand at ease and our parliamentarian will help resolve the issue to the best of our abilities.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Crisis averted.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's come back to order here. Everybody come back, get your seats. Have an update for everyone. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we could all settle down. We, ladies and gentlemen, we have the live link going on our YouTube channel, so I want to make the announcement now. Our YouTube channel is the @ the TheCologop. If you could please tell your members that might be texting you in this room that that's where the live link is, and then in a separate window, they can put that on and watch, then that would help us out. And we've also, the system administrators have also put the link into the waiting room and chat boxes that are on Zoom. You know, ladies and gentlemen, we have a long day ahead of us, and so I would ask that everyone bears with us. I think probably mostly everyone in here has likely made up their minds anyway, but we are doing the best we can to facilitate the live stream and ensure that people can see it. So again, that live link, there's one way to see it, obviously on Zoom. The other way is to go to our YouTube channel at the @ the word the, TheCologop. So please text your members if they're still in the waiting room. We still have about 20 or so people that we need to fully credential in, but we should be able to get through that process after the speeches have concluded. So I'm going to go ahead and move forward on this. And I want to, again, Ryan Everett, you're the first on deck. But before I do that, I want to make sure that do you have any more questions?
Well, I think I had a motion on the floor.
So you want to proceed with the motion still?
I want to proceed until we get this straightened out. Yes.
The chair believes it is straightened out, but if you want to do a motion, that's your right. So what's your motion?
So my motion is still to stop until we get everybody. I've got people that are saying they're getting kicked out. So
your motion is your motion to take a recess until all members have been credentialed in on Zoom?
Yep.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the motion on the floor is to take a recess until the remaining members of the in the waiting room on the Zoom link have been credentialed in, and that the chair cannot necessarily give you an estimated time, but it's going to be at least probably half an hour. So ladies and gentlemen, the choice is yours. We can go into candidate speeches, or we can pass the motion made here to wait until the rest of the Zoom participants have been put in. Please also know that we have shared the live link. As they're waiting, they can still click on the live link or go to the YouTube channel. So, choice is yours. Is there any debate? Yes, ma'am.
All of the people that are on Zoom may not also be able to be trying to get on Zoom and get on to the live stream at the same time if they're on their phone or something like that. So that and plus we really need to make sure that we have a final, we're really close to that final credentials report. And we're not going to get to the final credentials report until all those people are logged in. So I recognize, but the first couple of candidates that are going to speak, some of those people sitting in the waiting room are going to miss that opportunity. And I think to be fair to all of them and the voting today, that's a big deal, especially for the chair. So I would encourage everyone to be patient for us to get the people in the room so they have a chance to hear and participate today too. Thank you.
So before we move on, just to clarify to everyone, if you are already in the Zoom, You can witness the proceedings. The sound is good. Where it says Chairman Dave Williams, that's actually a camera into the sanctuary where you can hear everything and see everything. If you're still in the waiting room, we've sent a link to the live stream to those folks, and we've just announced that it's on the YouTube channel. The chairman and the leadership team does not think it's too much of a burden for two separate windows to be up, at least the audio to be up. That is your decision, though. That's why we're having a debate here today. The chairman, if you want me to be here for another half an hour as your chairman, by all means, vote how you want to vote. I'm here all day. If not, the leadership in your team feels that it is okay and appropriate to start candidate speeches because there are going to be multiple rounds for the office of chair. And to maximize and be efficient with that time, we structured the agenda so that speeches could go while we're finalizing any outstanding credentials. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Chilson, Denver County. We are not at the point yet where any individual would be disenfranchised due to the live link being, the streaming being live, and it is not being called for a vote at this particular moment. Secondly, has anyone here ever had a Zoom call which was completely technically accurate and all parties got all connectivity that they sought? There will not be a time today that everyone has perfect connectivity. We will be waiting here until midnight.
All right. No, go ahead.
Yeah, Dave DiCarlo, Douglas County, bonus member. I'm okay waiting for a little bit. There's got to be a time limit because it's not our fault if somebody is on the Eastern Plains with a Windows 98 computer and a bad connection. You know, everybody drove here and they got here. Their technology is not our problem. So
I would encourage you, I would encourage all Republicans to remember that at least with this party, there is no rural urban divide. So please, let's try to be respectful to everyone. Go ahead.
Meredith Rudolph, Douglas County. You have provided an option to view, and it's available to anyone to view, which is the major point. I agree that we should not open voting until the members have been credentialed, but because they can view independently of getting on the chat, I request that I am against a recess. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Sean Bierhoff, El Paso County. I move to call the question.
Is there a second? The question has been called. All in favor of ending debate now, please rise. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. The motion is to end debate. So if you're opposed to ending debate, please rise. Okay. The question, the debate ends, the motion passes. Now we're back to the underlying motion that was proposed to recess and allow the remaining credentialed people or the remaining members on Zoom to be credentialed in before we go into candidate speeches. All in favor of recessing and stopping the process now, please rise. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Okay, that motion fails. So I'm going to ask that Ryan Everett, you're on deck. For your supporters, they can be gathered here in the front to show their enthusiasm. And otherwise, the nominator and the seconder and the candidate, please come on stage. The chair recognizes Ron Weinberg, representative, for the purpose of nominating Ryan Everett for chairman. And the clock starts when you start talking, and Vicky Tompkins will let you know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ron Weinberg, and I have the distinct honor today of bringing forth a candidate that will reset this party and get us back on track. I'm honored today to nominate Ryan Everett to be your next chairman of the Colorado GOP.
I'm Laura Garcia Pasco, Chairman for Adams County, and I second that motion for Ryan.
Good. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chairman, for making this possible.
Accept it.
I obviously accept this. Thank you, everybody, for having me up here today. I want to let you know the only reason I am here today is because I love the state of Colorado. And I love it so much, and I've seen what has been happening to it. And it concerns me knowing that we in this room have the ability to change that. It is that the people in this room are going to win the state of Colorado. We've never had a better chance in the state of Colorado than to win now. If you don't see the numbers are on our side, the energy is on our side. The people in this room understand that there's an opportunity. We will take this governor. We will get a senator to help Trump out in DC. We will win everything from the school boards, the House, the Senate, all the way up to the governor. And if you don't see that opportunity, my job is to make sure you see it today. The way I came to this position right now is I grew up in Colorado Springs, Colorado. I went to Rampart High School here. I went to UCCS here. Amazingly, I graduated from that. After that, I said, you know, I need to go be a Navy SEAL. That looks like the best first job out of college. I did that for 8 years. I enjoyed it. Best job ever. I recommend it to anybody. If you want to talk about that later, we can. After that, I came here and got my CU EMBA because I loved Colorado and I started a business here in Colorado. I knew this is where I wanted to raise my kids, build my family, and I see what is happening to the state of Colorado. And right now, we have very few people in the legislature fighting on our behalf. And if you don't understand what the people in the House and in the Senate are doing for the people in this room, I want to make you aware. I saw it last week when they were fighting the gun bill. And if you don't understand how bad and how outnumbered they are, you need to go watch the movie The Alamo with John Wayne. That's where they're at. And I want everybody in this room to give them a round of applause right now. Stand up, Rose, please, right there. She is doing the Lord's work on your behalf. Right there. Thank you, Rose. Thank you. In order to help Rose, in order to help Ron, in order to help everyone in this room win, here's the things we're going to start changing now. Money. There is no money. And there is money on the sideline, and my job is to go after it and get it. My job as a recruiter is to work with high net worth individuals. I work with people who love to give money away in private equity and things like that. And guess what else they like? They like a conservative, clean, safe Colorado. And my job is to build this brand, everyone in this room, to make you a marketable platform, to get you donors, to get you money, to get you ground game, to get you winning. And if you want that opportunity, you need me. And there's no joking about it. I only want to win for you. Winning is the thing that will bring us together and the thing that is going to get us the governor, the senator, the congressman seats. He needs help. Rose needs help. They all need help. I sit there and how are we going to raise that money? Well, we're going to honor the smallest dollar donations. We're also going to go after the big whales, guys. And you have to understand how to approach them. You need to be able to build a pitch deck team. You need somebody who understands the private equity pitch model. And I need those data finance driven people who can sell the idea of an ROI, which returns in a WIN. Even I spelled that out of college, and it's a win, people. I am telling you right now, this is easier said than done. There are so many people sitting on the sidelines who are scared for the party and they don't know where to go. And honestly, if you've seen a train wreck, would you buy a ticket on that thing right now? No, you would not. The other thing we're going to do is ground game. The one thing I am adamant on is the ground game. And I will use that money to bring in Charlie Kirk, Turning Point Action. I want Moms for Liberty. I want Scott Pressler in his high boots and his long hair talking to you guys about how to win, because it always will come back to winning in these next 2 years. If you cannot focus on that, please let me know what I need to do to motivate you to win a governor's shot. After that, we're going to win and focus on everything with that ground game. It's going to support us from the lowly little school boards out in the smallest county all the way to that governor. That ground game goes everywhere. We use ballot initiative to drive energy to the measures. We own every issue right now. We do not have to pay for the issues. We own boys out of girls sports. We don't have to pay for that. We own Tren de Agua out of Colorado. We don't have to pay for that. The Democrats have to quadruple the amount of money to make you believe Tren de Agua is going to carry your groceries out of the grocery store and they're better people. Do not believe that lie. They are not here to help you. Many people are not here to help you in the state of Colorado. They do not understand the opportunity we have to win and they are doubters. Do not be a doubter. Right now, I need you to understand. We get behind me. I build the team. I support our legislature. I've helped find and bring in the best recruits we can to win. You need data. That's the easiest thing we can do. Charlie Kirk has it figured out. There are way smarter people than me that know how to do this job. My job is to find them and make them want to work with us and give us their best efforts. I am a team builder, and that is not a joke. I did it as a Navy SEAL for many years. I literally recruit to build teams and hopefully get paid off it on the side. This is what I do for a living every day. I genuinely know what it takes to serve. And the first part about serving is you have to understand it is called love. You have to love the team. I was at a retirement ceremony years ago, just last year. A good buddy of mine from Buds, he's retiring out as a Navy SEAL. And he said, everyone thinks it's about being tough. No, you have to love the job. You have to love the teams above all else. I love Colorado. I love the GOP party. I know we're here to win and I know we can do it. And my job is to serve you. And speaking of service, how many veterans are here right now? Because you know what it is to serve. Stand up, please. Because these people have done it better than anybody else in this room who knows what it takes to sacrifice your life, to sacrifice your energy, to give away your family, to say, I'm going to go serve my country, my team. I am happy to accept this nomination. I am here to serve you. I am not playing around. I will talk to anyone out in the foyer right now. And if you need understanding on my issues on anything, you can call me anytime. And I make you that promise. And by the way, if I come up here on another speech, you're going to hear the exact same thing. Because every day I wake up, I am on message, on time, and on target. Thank you. Love you.
Okay, the chair declares that Ryan Everett has been nominated for the office of chairman. Let me make sure I got my right order here. Okay, Richard Holtorf. The chair recognizes Richard Holtorf and, sorry, I had it, Gina Miller for the purposes of the nomination. Come on forward. Clock starts when you start talking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Gina Miller-Ramey, and I am the Vice Chair for Washington County. And I would like to place the name, Mr. Richard Holtorf, into nomination for Chair. Richard has served as HD 63 representative and is currently the Chair of Washington County. Richard has served honorably in the United States Army. He is very eager to turn Colorado red again and to unite our party, which we desperately need. Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, it's still morning. I'm Dan Guthrie, Elbert County bonus member, past vice chair. I've known Richard for better part of 15 years. We first met with Farm Bureau. One of his first and foremost concerns was maintaining a high standard for agriculture and supporting that throughout the state. It is my profound honor to second Richard Holtorf's nomination.
I respectfully accept the nomination for state party chair. And I want all of you good people to look to your left and your right. You're all Republicans. Look behind you and in front of you. You're all members of a family, the Republican family. Now, we all have families, don't we? Some of them are the black sheep of the family. Some of them are misguided and lose their way. Others are the stalwart that everybody looks up to. Maybe it's your mother, maybe it's your grandmother, it's somebody. But we have to understand that we are all family and we must stay united. We have had a time now in the history of the Colorado Republican Party over the last 5 to 6 years where we have been divided. Now, if you look at the text that just went out, I only sent one, by the way, for those of you who don't like too many texts, it just came to your phone. Take a look at the bottom sentence. It's okay, I'll give you a little time. Abraham Lincoln says, if we're not united, we cannot stand. We all know that. And we have to get back to a message of unity. Let me talk a little bit about, we're in a church right now. In order to grow this church, do you have to welcome people in? Do you have to say, maybe you've sinned, but we're going to welcome you back and see if you can find your path and your way to grace and God? But many of us don't have that same grace in the Republican Party. It's ironic that we are here and many of us say no. If you're not with me, you are against me. If you're not Republican enough, you're not my brother or sister. That message goes away under my leadership. We will work together. We will build a team. We will stop the mean girl, the mean boy comments. We have to. This isn't high school anymore, folks. We're not in high school. Let's quit acting like that. Now, I want to talk about a new coach and a new approach. Many of you have seen some of my press releases that I've sent out. We need a new coach and a new approach. And it has to be vastly, nothing against my brother. He's had his command tour here. He's done many things, and many of those things I agree with. I gave him praise at one of these last debate forums, candidate debate forums, for the good things he's done. But we need to point this ship in a direction that makes us win. What's the mission? To win statewide races. Period. Nothing else beyond that matters. If you don't win, and what did Patton say? America loves a winner. If you don't win, what do? You say it. You lose. Do you want to continue to lose as the minority? I served in the state house in the super minority. There is no more unpleasant experience than doing that. I know, because I've been on the front lines. And if we don't help the state house and we don't help the state senate win seats, the Democrats continue to run policy. But here's the other thing. Let's look at the calculus. Do the math. Everybody in this room needs to understand the political calculus in Colorado. Number one, we're a blue state. Number two, the Democrats have a majority of every chamber. Number three, the Democrats hold every lever of power, and they run this state with impunity. How do we change that? Go to the primary mission. Elect more candidates. We do have, Ryan, you're right. We do have a unique opportunity. But we're not going to win it all this first cycle, but we can move the needle and we can gain seats and get near parity or parity in our chambers in the Gold Dome with the right strategy. We don't have to give up our principles either. We need a winning strategy. Now, I had one congressional candidate say, can you be in the support role? Because the state GOP should not be out in front. Our public officials should be out in front. The organizations that respect and withhold and cherish our conservative principles, that they need to be out in front. The state party needs to be behind, giving them all the resources and the support they can. That's the mission that I will drive. Thank you. We can't be dysfunctional. Okay, we have to focus on the grassroots and the bottom up. The state executive committee works for all of you. I will work for all of you as a humble servant. Bottom line, you drive the organization. Period. Full stop. If someone wants more time to credential members in, I say everybody needs a vote. You want election integrity? Make sure it's one delegate or one voter, one ballot, one vote, and everybody should get a fair shake to cast that vote. I will work towards that. Also, coach, teach, and mentor. We have some new people from Broomfield. You're new to this. You need coaching, you need mentoring, you need help, you need more time. Let's get them a set of bylaws they can look at right now, if we can print them out. Let's coach them. Let's help them. Help the new members feel welcome. Because if you're a new young person coming to this party, you look at this thing, and I've had them tell me this. Boy, it looks like a rigged game to me. You guys aren't welcoming. You're not giving me a hug and saying, welcome to my church. Let me save you. We're not saying, welcome to the Republican Party. Let me tell you what I believe in. You might not agree, but these are the 80% of the things we agree on. These are the 20, maybe we don't, but we will work that out. I am not going to throw you out and chase you out of the Republican Party because you're not worthy. That doesn't win statewide races. I want to focus on something else real quickly. I have a 7-point plan. I got 30 seconds. Here we go. Thank you, ma'am, for keeping the time. Empowering the voter. If we don't win the unaffiliated vote in this state, ladies and gentlemen, which is over 50% of the voting public, you don't win, Republicans. Face the music. You don't win. If you want to take this party far to the right and hit that right side rail and bounce your car off that baby, you'll wreck the car. You're going to wreck the car, and you're not going to win in this state. We have to all come together and understand political reality. I'm not saying give away our principles. Those are your bedrock principles. Hold on to those. But you got to navigate in a world that is very difficult in Colorado, and it's as blue as it gets. And you don't think the Democrats aren't going to have a strategy? I'm here to beat the Democrats and make Colorado Republicans win again. Thank you. I ask for your vote.
Okay, the chair declares that Richard Holtorf's phone is right here, or someone's. Rich? Rich? Is this yours? Sorry.
I want to keep that.
There you go.
Thank you.
You bet. You bet. The chair declares that Richard Holtorf is entered in as a candidate for the office of chairman. The chair will recognize now, for the purposes of a nomination for chairman, Britta Horn being nominated by Christy Fedora.
Thank you, sir. I'm a little shorter than this. Is this good? Okay. Maybe how do I make this go down further? Good morning, everybody. My name is Christy Fedora, and I am your Republican National Committee woman for the state of Colorado. And I stand this morning to nominate Britta Horn for the next Colorado State Republican Party chair. How many of you know what a narrow margin we have on the Congress floor right now in the majority? If we want to keep that, we need to elect a chair that's going to support candidates moving forward to make sure that we are electing Republicans and we are focusing on the things that are important. We need to elect a party chair who is going to focus on transparency from everything between communication to our finances. We need to elect a chair who is going to make sure that our candidates don't have to go out of state to get help to put out mailers. We need to elect a chair that's going to make sure that when your national committee woman asks for the financial records, I have access to that, as well as all of you. So I stand before you today and I ask you to support somebody who is a shining light in this party, who has been fighting for this party and who knows that it's going to be a thankless job. And I'm sure that Chairman Williams can agree to that. I know that it's been difficult. And I know that everybody in this room wants to see a better Colorado for our kids. I know that because you guys supported me a year ago. And I need somebody that's going to be able to support me on a national level to make sure that the RNC knows Colorado is not going anywhere. We are not giving up on our state. We are not giving up on our party. We are going to continue to win, but I need someone in that fight with me on the national level that's going to make sure that they are providing us with the resources that we need, the funding that we need, the support for the candidates that are running that we need. Help me support a candidate that is going to make sure that the promises that I made to you as your national committee woman are promises that are going to be kept moving forward. It's for that reason and all of the reasons I mentioned that I am nominating Britta Horn as your next Republican chair.
Good morning, my freedom-loving Republican family. For all you that don't know, I'm Carlos Barron. I'm proudly representing the House District of 48. I come up here to second the nomination for Britta Horn. First time I met Britta, she had a good conversation with me, of course. And I truly believe that Britta is going to come here and unite us. She's done everything that she can. I've seen her at all the events. I've seen her at all the campaign parades and everything. And I see that she really is helping. A lot of the candidates here can attest to that. And I can truly say I wasn't one of those races that was really important because it was pretty safe, but I was involved with other candidates as well. And there, long and behold, there's Britta Horn. So I'm proudly up here to speak on her behalf and say I believe that she's going to be one person that's going to come in and help this state, and we truly need it at the legislature. We are battling day in and day out. It feels like I'm getting my teeth kicked in every day. I'm not used to it, but we're still here. I'm happy to say Britta Horn will be our next state chairperson. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Britta Horn and I accept the nomination. So let me start with a story a little bit. Thank you. So a couple of years ago, I had to go over to a fire. There was a fire, a house fire, a couple towns away. And we had to go over to that and we were seeing flames going and smoke billowing and people were panicking. And we got up there and as we were rolling into the call, we saw these people and I was like, what are you guys doing in front of the fire? And they're like, we're deciding, we don't know who started the fire. We're blaming each other. We're pointing fingers. We're saying that, who's doing it? Well, here we are in the heat of the fire, people in front of it, and they're blaming and pointing fingers. That's not what we need to do. We need to put the fire out that's in front of us. And that's what I'm saying, what's going on with the party right now. We have so much division. We have so much distraction. We have all these things going on, debating about the past. And guess what? Guess what the Democrats are doing right now? They're winning elections, and they're also, what do you want to say? Policy, they're definitely taking care of policy, and they're leaving us behind. We can't do that anymore. We have to stop the infighting and start fighting for the party. So I'm running for GOP chair because I care about our values. I care about our people. I care about our future. I'm not just a volunteer fire chief. I've also been in politics for the last 30 years in every level of politics and campaigns, from grassroots all the way to the White House. I was very fortunate and blessed to work for President Trump in 2020 down in New Mexico, where we were fighting for conservative values. I have raised the money, I know how to build coalitions, and I know how to deliver results. And that's what I'll do for you. What we need to work on is definitely the fundraising. We definitely have to secure more funds. We have to make sure that we have those resources so we can make sure we get all the races, that are competitive to win. We also need to make sure that we recruit candidates. We can't just wait for people to walk in the door. We have to make sure that we have a farm team. We make sure that we support them and make sure we have all the data and all the technology and all the resources to win those races. And then we also need to make sure we have a leader that won't trip over themselves. We don't need any more distractions. We don't need any more division. We just need results. Thank you. So my for you is I promise to make sure that we make sure we take care of the tough questions, that I show up for us, and that I keep my word. And I will make sure I am there for you. We have to unite the party. We have to make sure that our party doesn't worry about one faction or one county. It's about us. It's about all of us. So if we can stop blaming each other, stop pointing fingers like those neighbors were doing, if we keep doing that, I say, we're going to keep losing. I say we start to win, and we start to win now. I'm asking for your support. I'm asking for your vote, and this is the time to do this. So God bless you. God bless Colorado. God bless America. And God bless President Donald J. Trump, because he gave us the words we need to win for Colorado. It's fight, fight, fight. Thank you.
The chair declares that Britta Horn has been properly nominated for the office of chairman. Next up is Jeremy Goodall. The chair recognizes Larry Forgy for the purposes of a nomination for Jeremy Goodall. And let's see, he's coming down. There he is. Come on up. Okay. Okay, so as soon as you start talking, the mics, the time goes, okay?
Go ahead and we'll just move it. Larry Forgy, Becker County Chairman. I nominate Jeremy Goodall for State Chairman of the Republican Party from the Eastern Plains, and that's where I'm at, to the Western Slope, the conservative heart of Colorado. We nominate Jeremy Goodall.
Eric Grossman, Chairman of Mineral County, from the San Luis Valley and everywhere north. I second the nomination for Jeremy Goodall.
Kendrick Davis, El Paso County Chair. I also second the nomination for Jeremy Goodall, representing the heart of the Republican Party in Colorado.
Good morning, Colorado. I'm Ken DeGraff here from El Paso County. I have known Jeremy and for my entire political career. I have come to greatly depend and trust in his integrity, his experience and insight. Great candidate. Vote yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Jeremy Goodall, and I accept this nomination. I have been a Republican precinct leader in El Paso County since 2006. I've been a bonus member, a county executive committee member. I've been elected to the state executive committee and the chairman of the 5th Congressional District. In the 2024 Congressional Assembly, I implemented a transparent and auditable paper ballot hand count. I got it done over numerous and loud objections. This past year, I was vetted and chosen by Trump as a national delegate. I have had ringside front row seats for every major party controversy in the last 15 years. I have been on the right side of every issue and candidate race. I know this party inside and out because I have been neck deep fighting the swamp to make Colorado a red state again. Today, I speak a prayer of grace and redemption over the Colorado Republican Party. I know that God's plan is always restoration and revival. Even when we bring most of the destruction onto ourselves, He is faithful to bring about new creation, new strength, new life, and new victory. On the other side is fear. Fear of loss, fear of change, fear of rejection and disappointment. These are the pitfalls that drive us from the hard path of a restored and righteous future. We have been on defense for so long that offense has become a foreign concept. We have lost faith and trust in one another. We've been burned and disappointed too many times to count. How did this happen? Well, not by accident. Our candidate selection process has been co-opted for years by sophisticated Democrat donors, groups like thewelcomeparty.org, whispering that middle-of-the-road centrist candidates are the best we can ever hope for. I disagree. We can and must opt out of Democrat control. The current primary system pushes non-Republican voters into our elections. features outright Democrat donors stuffing money into our elections. Has the Democrat Secretary of State overseen and reporting the ballot counts to our elections. I know that we all want to make America great again, but the problem that we have looked through far too long is that we have not made the Colorado Republican Party Republican again. We must restore our shared sense of identity. We must decide who we are, what it means to be a Colorado Republican. Are we an organization defined by our platform and its constitutional principles? Or are we simply a convenient label offering ballot access to anyone willing to check the Republican box at the DMV? We must hold ourselves accountable to our Republican platform and the principles of this constitutional republic. That is our birthright and our proper inheritance as Americans and indeed Coloradans. We are Republicans. We ended slavery. We ended the Cold War. And right now, we are dragging the Leviathan known as the bureaucratic deep state, kicking and screaming out of the DC swamp into the public light of day. We must grow as a party. Growth requires health. Health requires that we open our hearts to the idea of conciliation. There has been pride, bitterness, and character assassination on all sides. We must repent and forgive. That's not easy. It's simple, but not easy. Conciliation is not compromise. We can no longer compromise our core principles and values. But I tell you, until we get our hearts and attitudes towards each other correct, there is no amount of bylaws changes, policy details, no amount of fundraising or door knocking or text messaging that will bring us victory. I believe it is time that we choose principles over the false comfort of convenience. To win elections and erase the putrid flood of Democrat policies and woke ideology, we must increase Republican voter registrations, Republican election turnout, and Republican participation in all of our processes, including the caucus, or we're dead. That's just basic math, and the clock is ticking, people. I know that if God can turn Donald Trump's head an extra inch to the right and save our nation, then he can turn our hearts towards one another and save our state. Right now in this room, if you voted for Donald Trump, please stand up. Please stand. And keep standing. If you know that Jared Polis and the Democrats have driven this state off the cliff of moral and financial bankruptcy. We look pretty united. Look around. We are united. How's it feel to stand on principle? I'm Jeremy Goodall, and I ask for your vote. God bless America.
The chair declares that Jeremy Goodall has been properly nominated for the office of chairman. Okay, next up on deck is Darcy Showing. Darcy? The chair recognizes Rich White for the purposes of the nomination for Darcy Showing, office of chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today. We need patriots like all of you to support what we're doing here to make sure that we keep Donald Trump and the American way moving towards making America great again. Thank you so much for coming out and supporting America. We see what's going on in this country, and we've got to keep that moving. One of the things that we have to do is stop all this backbiting and trouble and problems that we're causing with each other. Darcy Shaning has done a great job with the Capitol Club luncheon. How many of you have been to that? Anybody? Was it good? Did you have a good time? Yeah. Okay. We have to get together and have fun. Today, it's very difficult, to be quite honest, in this room. And we need to stop this stuff because we are not the enemy. Who's the enemy? The liberals, the Democrats, the people that we need to fight. We don't need to be standing here fighting each other. So I nominate Darcy Shaning for chair of the Republican Party so we can bring the party back together. Thank you very much.
I think a lot of you know me, Lojinos Gonzalez, former county commissioner, hard, conservative. We're going to fight for you, have fought for us. You've seen my work. You've seen what I've been able to do. And I've gotten to work with people like-minded like that locally. And one of those great leaders locally is Darcy. And so I'm lending my support. I want you to come support her, a strong conservative who has demonstrated success up and down this Colorado, great Colorado state that needs to get better because we've seen how it's failed under Governor Polis and the leftists. We need to support strong conservatives like Darcy, who has proven her worth to the state. When we've changed the education boards conservative, when she's gone out, she has gone out and gotten those wins for the state. She's gone out and gotten the wins for the non-sanctuary votes by counties and municipalities. Those are the kind of wins we've seen from Darcy and what she can do in getting conservatives elected up and down the state. So again, let's support Darcy today, and thank you, and God bless, and let's support our great President Trump.
I'm Brad Collins, bonus member, El Paso County, and just a all-around good guy. Those of you that know me, I not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I know what brilliance looks like. And I normally like to quote people, and I'm going to use a Winston Churchill quote, and I've used this before and very recent. An appeaser is one who feeds a crocodile, hoping it will eat him last. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to appease and acquiesce our way into good graces with the folks that are against us. You need to stand bold and be unapologetic about it. And I believe Darcy epitomizes that statement, and I second the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you to my supporters. I appreciate all of you so much. It means the world to me just to be here today. Thank you all. I heard something on a Zoom call the other night I'd like to talk about real quick. Somebody made a quick joke that said, why would you want this job? It's the most thankless job. It's horrible. It's the worst job in the state. I beg to differ. Being here today, there's no place I'd rather be than with you all. And I think you know that when you see me out at the events, when you see me standing for children out in Durango, when you see me at Colorado Springs City Council meetings. The one thing that everybody knows about Darcy is that I stand for the truth, I stand for justice, and I fight for our children day in and day out. Just a couple weeks ago, I live in Monument. I went all the way to Durango to stand for the kids out in the Durango School Board. It doesn't matter what you need, where you are in the state of Colorado, I'm going to be there. To that end, for those of you who don't remember, I led the historic endorsement of President Trump before the primaries. Thank you. Colorado had never done such a thing. I remember the day that I called Chair Williams and he was like, well, I don't know, just do it. I can't know it because he can't. As chair, he can't be involved. And he's like, I don't know how this is going to work out, but just do it. So I put my head to the ground, got plenty of helpers. And in the end, the Colorado GOP endorsed President Trump. I put that energy into every single thing that I do. I've built a Bob initiative for 2025, Build Our Benches. You guys, I've already got $200,000 in donor commitments for our 2025 school board races. So it's easy to stand up here and talk about, let's take back state seats. Let's take back the governor's office. Yes, we need to do those things in 2026, right? But we've got to get to the 2025 school board races first. If as a party, we can agree on one thing, we have to stand for our children. They are our most important resource. They're innocent. Those kids are going to grow up and become our future leaders. So we can go out and fight for our rights all we want. But if we're raising little communists, if the schools are raising the type of people we see in the Colorado legislature, guess what? We can go out and complain all we want, but we have got to take care of our children. We've got to put education at the forefront. That is what I bring to the table. That's what I've been doing for years. Education is square one. So we've got to get to those 2025 school board races. We're going to use that momentum, the donor confidence. The donors are behind me. They've said, look, Darcy, if your chair on Sunday, give you another $200,000. We will go into summer with a ton of fundraising for our candidates. We'll take that momentum, that donor confidence, volunteer confidence, launch that into the 2026 elections, and we will take back seats in the state legislature. We will reclaim the governor's office. I am excited to lead the state of Colorado as your next GOP chair in the Trump era. You guys, for years, people like me have just been happy when we have one little win. One win. Oh, I maybe protected 200 students, maybe protected a little city over here. Guess what? It's our time now. We're in charge. The Democrats went too far. People said, we've had enough of you mutilating kids' genitals, rioting in the streets. It's our time now. We're taking Colorado back, and I'm excited to lead you to do just that in 2025. Darcy Sheening for chair. Thank you so much.
The chair declares that Darcy Schilling has been properly nominated for the office of chairman. Next up, we have Mark Morris, and I cannot pronounce his nominator's last name, so I'm just going to say the first, Brandon. He'll come up and he'll go ahead and do the nomination. Brandon, once you start talking, the time will start. And we'll wait for everyone to get situated. All yours when you're ready.
I wish I could say that was the first time I've ever heard that about my last name, but it's not. My name is Brandon Terrazas. I'm a bonus member from Larimer County. And it's my honor to nominate Pastor Mark Morris for chair. Mark has extensive political and business experience. I have confidence that he'll lead this organization with integrity and statesmanship. He will focus on rebuilding relationships and bridges to unite the party. I've gotten to know Mark really well. He's a very deliberate and thoughtful person who will ensure that every county has a seat at the table. You will be supported. You'll be provided the resources that you need so we can start winning. And I'm telling you, I don't take it lightly to nominate somebody for this position, given the magnitude of it. But I'm telling you, he's the right person for the job for such a time as this. So it's my pleasure to introduce Mark.
Thank you, Brandon. So I've been told that I'm the dark horse candidate in this race, but I want you to know my nominator wears a white hat. Okay? So I want to approach this a little bit differently. I'll say that I agree with quite a bit of what's already been said. We saw political signs. We heard different things emphasized. And all of those things, I guess, have an appropriate place. But I want to paint a picture for you that going forward, we need to run this organization like a business. There are certain focuses where we can have an expert on legislative affairs, and we can have an expert on this or that. But there's two things that we should be all about. And I want to talk about how I fit into both of those. One, we should be all about helping the counties identify, nurture, grow up, and launch incredible conservatives to run for important offices at all levels. That means that we have in our heart a kind of love for young people, especially the ones who, for reasons we may not understand, have gotten kind of a bug that probably all of us would say, we know what that is. We care about these things. We care about process. We care about the Constitution. We care about America. We're all Americans. But if we're not raising up young leaders the right way, we're doomed. So I want to talk about what I've done throughout my lifetime. But first, I want to read something that actually Richard Harris with Truth and Liberty penned a while back. Nearly 250 years ago, 56 men entered the Valley of Decision. They were in Philadelphia. They represented the 13 American colonies at that time, and they gathered to consider what course of action they should take. Many of them were ministers like me. They had taken a long period of abuse. A tyrannical government had increasingly encroached on their freedoms, and they threatened to remove them once for all. They stepped forward and they pledged their sacred honor, their lives. And I think that we as a party, we're at a similar crossroads. We have a choice, and we need to make the right decision. I've been a police officer. I've been the CEO of a public company. I've worked for a federal agency. I was a rocker in the early years and toured as a drummer for 10 years. I could tell you stories. I'm a father of 3 and a grandfather of 3. And I haven't always been a pastor. But for the last 25 years, after a spiritual conversion experience, I've been working in the field of ministry and helping to lift up and encourage hurting people. We all are in a world full of hurting people. We believe in the principles that we stand for. We quibble over some things from time to time, no question. But I have to say that I have been frustrated for years now with the way that we have structured the state party in terms of what its purpose is. Raise up young, great candidates and support them and raise a lot of money. I'm good at these two things. Believe me, pastors learn how to raise money. Right? My prior business background, the work in the church, the police officer experience, all of these things combined make me who I am today. Now, I was approached by 2 groups about a month ago. A bunch of pastors that represent a group of about 60 all over the state, and a bunch of high-powered business guys. And both groups, not knowing about each other, said, we think you might be what the party needs for such a time as this. And I'll be real honest. My response wasn't very pastor-like. I said, hell no. And I've talked with Dave once or twice, so I can tell you, it is a thankless job. And you have arrows coming at you from within, and you have Molotov cocktails coming at you from outside. Much has been said about how divided we are. It's true. I think I can do something about that. It takes statesmanship, integrity, honesty, and a group of people committed to the mission. Help the counties raise up great candidates and raise a lot of money and get it out to the counties. We're not about advancing legislation as a major mission, but we can do that. The two things that we must do are what I've emphasized. So I want to thank you for listening to me. If I'm the dark horse candidate, I've shined a little bit of light on me. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I love this country just as much as you do. We're all in it together. And I want to make a pledge that whoever is nominated, I will support 110%. God bless you. Thank you.
Oh.
Wait. Thank you, Dave.
Was that mine? That's mine.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the reluctant pastor, former rocker, Mark Morris, has been properly nominated for the office of chairman. Last up, we have Lori Sane. So Lori Sane, can you and your supporters come down and we'll go ahead and cap off the speeches here. The chair recognizes Randy Corcoran for the purposes of a nomination for Lori Sane. When the nominator starts speaking, the time will commence. And yes, if you could have a gap so they can see the timer, that'd be great. Okay, Randy, the floor is yours.
Clock. So, hey, everybody, it's really cool to be here, starting my second term as your national committee man after President Trump's third election win. That first term under Biden was not so good for me. I'm here today to nominate Lori Sane. I've known Lori since really my entry into politics at the start of the Tea Party. And she's taught me so much about standing strong on constitutional conservative principles, no matter the heat, no matter the fire that comes your way. Her experience is what's going to serve us so well as your state chair. I brought a list. It's too long to read it all. But she served 8 years in the state legislature, including serving as the House Republican Caucus chair. She's been a Weld County commissioner. So much volunteer work, the kind that we love, that I can't possibly go through it all here. Just serving her community and too many awards to list. Lori was one of the first of a minority of Republicans who actually endorsed Donald Trump in 2016. She broke the record for odd year pre-session caucus fundraising in 2017. We're going to need that here. Lori chaired the only election integrity hearing in Colorado state capitol history. And Lori was the first Trump surrogate speaker for the 2024 caucuses. She served as a Trump whip at the 2024 RNC. She and I are already connected to the RNC, and that will serve us well. And very importantly to me, as one of the lawyers serving to close our primaries and make it so that only Republicans nominate Republican candidates, I know that she will stand strong on the Prop 108 lawsuit that I'm a big part of and opting out of the open primary. So please join me in voting for Lori Sane.
Hello, Colorado. I'm Tim Leonard from Jefferson County, and I'm pleased to second the nomination for Lori Sain for our state chair. Lori and I served together in the House of Representatives and stood shoulder to shoulder up at the well, really in the minority, defending families and children against a very obnoxious and disgusting Democrat intrusion on the family. We had the child survey, if you remember it, with very intrusive questions. And Lori was absolutely firm in everything she said to make Democrats very uncomfortable with what they were intruding in the family. But not only that, and not only has she won a lot of campaigns, so she knows how to campaign, she is a 90% voter all the time that she was there in these Liberty scorecards. So she doesn't just win as an R. She wins as a principled representative of Republicans in first, second, Fourth Amendment rights all the way down the board. And in this age of the golden age for Trump, we need exactly Lori Sain as our chair to move our party in Colorado forward into the red zone. So I'm pleased to have Lori Sain as our candidate.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stephanie Luck. I serve as the House Representative for House District 60. I am also seconding this nomination of Lori Sain because she asked me. She picked up the phone and she asked me. Despite having personal relationships with most everyone on the ballot today, she was the only candidate who called me. And if you know me at all, you know that I do not care for the transactional nature of electronic communication. I believe that we need to restore relationship and relation to politics. Politics is relationship. It is polity. It is the way that we interact with each other. And that is best served over coffee and over true conversation. She asked me, which demonstrates that she knows what it takes to actually win the election. Because she knows that the voters are the people in this room, not everyone on social media or other places where people have been campaigning. She contacted the actual candidates, which tells me too, she's not going to be distracted by the many flares of this job. This job requires fundraising. It requires a whole host of things, and there's 3 minutes and she wants to talk. But what I would say to you is this. She's demonstrated that she understands how these processes work, and she implements that without being distracted. She also pushed back on me when I asked her a series of questions, and she had a different vision from mine. She embraced my vision in part, but she told me where she disagrees, which I value because I do not want politicians who operate out of a political religious spirit in order to get what they want. I want statesmen who believe in something and will persuade and pursue that, altering as necessary when they get new information, which she did, but not being bought or paid for power. And so I second her nomination. Thank you.
I'm a little bit shoulder. I'm going to take this down. How are we doing today? I accept the nomination for the chair of the Colorado Republican Party. And what does it mean to be part of our party? I think it means being united behind our principles that make our party great. Can you stand up if you think that's important? Can you stand up right now? Our principles make our party great. And now I want you to look around. We are united on that already. Principles need to be more important than personalities because holding the principle means you are not bowing to the idol of power. Our principles actually return power back to the citizen for self-governance. A revolutionary war was fought over principles and self-governance. As Patrick Henry asked, is it peace so sweet as to be purchased with the chains of slavery? What say you? A republic with the rule of law that acknowledges Jesus as our king is the best bet to secure the blessings of liberty. Unwavering commitment to our principles is a service to our members and any who look to join us. We have had a great contest in our party with great strife. Let's take all that energy, iron sharpening iron, against ourselves and use it to defeat Jared Polis's run for presidency and make Colorado Republican again. God put Donald Trump in office for a time such as this. Can I get an amen? We can march forward in a united cause behind Donald Trump as he right-sizes government. And as Republicans, we can celebrate what Donald Trump has done for our country. And this includes the working families who say they believe the Republican Party best represents and serves them. Because true power and glory reside in service. The chair of this party needs to be the least of these in the upside down kingdom. And Jesus has already won. We just need to work until he comes back. Thank you very much.
Lori Sane and her amens have been entered into into the chairman's race. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes our chairman candidate speeches. The chair is going to stand at ease for 1 second to, yeah, we can. Our parliamentarian is going to make an announcement about where we're at.
Good morning, Colorado Republicans. We have credentialed approximately, give or take, 100 people on the Zoom meeting. We'll have an exact figure for you in a moment. However, there are approximately 10 members, for one reason or another, that have not followed the process, which involves they themselves clicking to join a side room so that we can check their ID, so that we can then bring them back into the main room. And we have asked them in the chat over and over again to please follow the instructions. We've asked them to contact us if they are having problems. And so far, people are not doing that. And there's only about 10. So we've had a 90% success rate. And so what I'd like to do is just read those names from the stage. We'll leave credentialing open for a few more minutes, but then we will need to boot those people from the Zoom room because they haven't been credentialed and they cannot therefore get a ballot. Are there any questions about that? So I'm now going to read the names of the people that I don't know if they're not at their computer or what the problem is, but I'm now going to read those names. Yes, sir. Can you come to the microphone, please? While he's coming to the microphone, I'm going to begin reading the names. They are
While he's looking them up, I'll just make a very quick comment. Can you let the county chairs do their job and help facilitate coordinating with these people so we can help get them on?
that's part of why I'm reading this list to everybody. If you
So
hear
we're
a
going to
name
do that.
you
As
know,
county chair, I want to see if any of my members.
yeah, if you hear a name
Thank
that you recognize, you might want to give them a phone call. Because we truly want to credential as many people as we can, but we're holding everybody to the same standard. So the names are Sue Johnson, Don Sheehan, Tom Weens, Christian Navarro, Thomas Johnson, Kevin Van Winkle, Sherry Wright, Ryan Wilkin, Stan Vanderwerf, and that's it. So those members, if you can hear me on the YouTube or on the Zoom, you have approximately 10 more minutes to be credentialed before we'll have to remove you from the room.
Go ahead, state your name and county.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ron Weinberg, Larimer County. I have a point of clarification. I don't understand because Ryan Wilkins' name was mentioned, but according to your rules in the beginning, he's the second vice chairman who was not, he contacted you and you said he doesn't have a vote, but you're trying to credential him in. So what is going on?
If he's not a voting member, we will credential him by checking it against the list. And if he's not a member, he won't be allowed in. The same would apply to Kevin Van Winkle as well, Ted. So if they are not members, we will catch it in the credentialing waiting room and they won't be allowed to vote. Yes.
Mr. Chair, Lynetta Scholl, Montezuma County Chairman. I have Sherry Wright on the phone and she does not have the option for the room. Can we help her figure that out to get into the side room?
Her name again?
Sherry Wright.
Sherry Wright. Yes, we'll go ahead. Cody, if you can hear us. Okay, can you meet Cody over there, Lynetta? Lynetta, can you meet Cody over there by the stairway? So we're gonna leave credentialing open for a little more time to take care of the remaining folks. So we're gonna go ahead and go into a recess, but those names that were put forward, please, if you know them, let them know.
Yeah, thanks. That's what that is. That's for the telephone. Yeah.
Okay. Anna Ferguson. Anna Ferguson. Party Secretary Anna Ferguson. Cody needs your help. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're still in recess, but I just want everyone to know that our credentials team is gonna start prepping the front area, in case you're wondering, and once we get back out of recess, we'll do a credentials report update, and then we'll go into balloting instructions after that. So still in recess, hang tight, we're gonna get through it.
Okay, put one on top of each box. Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna come out of recess real quick. So if everyone can come back to the sanctuary. I had a voting packet already. Oh, here it is. There we go. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please come back in. We're gonna go over voting instructions and credentialing and all that. Sure. Always ask the body. It's perfectly logical. We'll vote in person and break for lunch. And then we'll do CD3 after. Go from there. She's probably a non-voting member.
No, because she's a CD, no, she's the rep to the executive committee. She's
don't-
not a non-voting member.
Sure?
Yep, yep.
Well,
Executive committee members are not non-voting members. It's only the House of the district,
check the bylaws, and if he's not, ask her to go.
I had this conversation with her. Remember I told you she texted me and but she's not.
She's credentialed?
But she's not sitting in here.
If she's not a member, per the bylaws. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still in recess, but if you could quiet down real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. If you are a voter and you have not received your ballot packet for some reason, come forward to the center of the stage. We want to make sure that you have your voting packet so you can participate. We're going to get underway fairly quickly. So if you've credentialed in, but for some reason you have not received your voting packet, please come to the center of the stage so that we can get you your voting packet.
Please do not mark your ballots. You do not know what color we're going to start with first.
Yes, that's the other thing, ladies and gentlemen. I still have to give balloting instructions, and it's not necessary that we're using the pink ballot. So please don't vote yet until instructions have been given. And if you have not received your ballot packet, come up front so that we can help get you your voting packet. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you do not have your voting packet, please come forward. We want to make sure that you get your ballot to be able to vote. So we've had, looks like 3 people so far to get their voting packet. We want to make sure everyone is able to vote. So please come to the center of the stage so that we can take care of that for you. Well, yeah. Body already did it. They voted. Yeah, the vote. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come out of recess here in about a minute. So if everyone could make their way back to the room, and I want to remind everyone, if you're a guest, please go to the guest area. If you are a non-voting member, not like Carol. Carol is a member of our committee but does not have a vote. But otherwise, if you're a guest and don't have a vote or privilege on the Central Committee, please go to the guest area right now. We want to make sure that it's only voting members on the floor. So everyone, please make your way to the front. And we'll be getting back in very soon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come out of recess right now. So if you could please sit down and be seated. Again, if you're a guest and one of those non-voting members that doesn't have some sort of privilege within our bylaws, please go to the balcony per the decision of the body here. And otherwise, please come in and let's settle down. We're going to have a final credentials report here any minute. But right now, so that we can understand how we're going to proceed forward on in-person voting, I'm going to go ahead and ask that Debbie Perry Smith make her way upstairs or up to the stage so that we can kind of go over the voting instructions for the in-person component. So again, if you're outside in the foyer, please come back in and tell folks to please join you if they're voting members.
Okay, we're gonna get this show on the road. Could you all please take your seats and quiet down? Thank you. Please, gentlemen, everybody in the back, please take your seats. Okay, we have, as you can see, the ballot boxes at the front. Please be quiet. I want to do a really good job for you and everybody else on the teller team does, but we need your cooperation. Thank you. Okay. All right, we have 8 aisles. All right, all my teller team, please raise your ballot boxes. Show that they're empty, show it, turn it around. If you have it open, upside down, all the ballot boxes are empty. Okay? We're starting, they're numbered. They start over here to your left with 1, raise 1. Deborah Gamber, raise 2, please. Raise 2. Gabe, raise 3. Alexander, 4. 5. Rob, John, 6. Please raise. Jan, raise 7. And Robin over there, raise, or one of you guys raise 8. Divide yourselves up. It's going to go a lot faster if we can divide up like this aisle. You guys go to 1. Maybe you divide down the middle here. You go 2 and 3. 3. If we divide up, it's going to make it a lot quicker for us to count and get things rolling. Okay. All right. Any questions on that? No? Okay. It's pretty. Well, just a minute. You want to tell? You want to tell it? Which color?
Yes.
Yeah.
Purple.
Purple ballot. Now, I understand, like I said a minute ago, some of you have already voted. Probably on the wrong color of ballot. Put it at the back of the pile and we'll see how far we get. That's all we can do for right now. Otherwise, we'll maybe have you initial it. It'll probably be the same person, I would imagine, but we don't know that. We got 7 candidates, so it's gonna look different. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Shall I go ahead and have my
Not yet.
Don't vote yet. Tell our team, pull your ballots out, but do not vote yet. We have to wait for credentials.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, again, we're going to be voting on the purple ballot. That's in your packet, the purple ballot. And please remember that Kevin McCarney is no longer a candidate. If you vote for Kevin, it's going to be a spoiled ballot. So don't vote for Kevin unless you want to spoil your vote, I guess. But purple is the ballot. You can certainly vote right now on your sheet, but do not deposit those ballots until we get a final credentials report that we can share with all of you. And that is coming in the next minute or so. So we'll stand at ease as we wait for Tom Bjorklund to come back for an updated credentials report. One second, Debbie. Yes, go ahead. Cody LeBlanc, our system administrator. Right. Cody, we have a problem with Stan Vanderwerth. Sure. Why don't, yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I have another announcement from our teller committee chairwoman.
Okay. All of you that are candidates are allowed 1 watcher in the teller room. So to start with, it will only be the watchers for the chair that will be allowed in the teller room at any one point in time. Okay. And they've been advised, the ones that did show up on time have been advised of the process. I've told them what they need to help me look for or to be looking for on behalf of the candidates. Okay. So just so everybody knows, to calm any nerves, there are watchers in the room. Okay. Is that understood? Any questions about that? Okay. All right. And watchers, if you're upstairs or if you're on the floor, as the teller team leaves, you'll be the rear guard and pick up the back side because there's some of you that have to come in the room and still get your credentials to come in and watch. Thank you. And please don't fold your ballots. Yikes. Yeah, just put it in it. Each one of the ballot boxes have little slots and you can just slide it in. But it would help us. The batching will go faster if we don't have to unfold them. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, I recognize Tom Bjorklund for the purposes of an updated credentials report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Central Committee members. There are 359 members present in this room. There are 97 members on Zoom for a total of 456 members present, eligible to vote. On behalf of the Credentials Committee, I move the adoption of the credentials report.
You've heard the motion for the updated credentials report. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. So ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do right now is, for those of you online, hang tight. We want to make sure the system is good. We'll open that up in a second, but for in-person, we're going to go ahead and open that up as soon as Debbie is ready to go. So for in-person, we'll go ahead and open it up.
Okay, before we hold the phone, teller, I need for you to vote, please. I need the teller committee to vote. I need for you all to please, your badges, here's the rest of the process. You have your credentials around your neck. Okay, the teller team is going to put a dot on the white tag, a black dot on the white tag on the left-hand side that you have voted this round. Okay? Let's hold the phone. Liz, are you ready? Liz, have you all voted? Did you mark your credentials? Okay. Number 2, Diane Walta, Vicky, Deborah Gamber, are you voted and ready? Okay. Aisle 2 can go. 3, Lindsay, are you done and voted? Alexander, everybody voted? Credentials marked? Credentials marked? Are you ready? Good. 5? 5's good. Are you ready? Everybody voted? 6, John Temple, everybody voted? Ready? 7, looks like. Okay. All right, people, here we go.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you may vote in person only. You may vote. We're gonna hold back on the online portion real quick, but in-person vote. And by the way, we're gonna go ahead and break for lunch after this anyway. So if you voted, go ahead and feel free to go to lunch right now, and that's fine. The cafe is open till 1, and there is, I believe, some food available for purchase. I'm not sure where, but it's out there. They'll direct you. So we're going to break for lunch after balloting has ended. So if you vote, you can go forward if you want. Once balloting for in-person has concluded, we'll take an hour break. There is food outside this door here and to your left as you exit the sanctuary. So when you're done voting, feel free to get some lunch. We're going to break for recess after balloting has concluded anyway.
Tom Bjorklund, please meet Cody at the bottom of the stairs in front of the auditorium. Thank you. Front stairs, front of the auditorium, Tom Bjorklund.
Well,
Okay, it looks like the lines are dwindling. If you want to move over to another line, this one right here, number 2 is short, 1 is short. You're welcome to do that. Looks like we need 3 and 4 right here in front of me. If y'all want to move this aisle right here that's coming down to 3, some of y'all come over here. Right behind Mr. DeGraff, some of y'all come over here and vote. 7 and 8 are blank as well, 7 and 8. Y'all disperse yourselves. If you're still on the line, we still have open spaces over here at these other voting boxes. 7 and 8 over here in the corner. It's kind of like the buffet line last night. You just keep moving, dismiss you and move. What? You're still in line. Ballot box 8 over here is empty. Ballot box 8. Nobody in line at ballot box 8. 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. Okay, we're getting close to the end. If you've not voted, you need to come forward now and vote, please. Only purple ballots. Just so you know, if the wrong color of ballots in the ballot box, it will not be counted. It'll be an undervote. Spoiled ballot, yeah. We just don't, please don't fold them, yeah. Okay, I think we're almost there.
I'll keep an eye out. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do an hour recess for lunch starting now. If there are those who have not voted, please make your way to the ballot boxes and vote now. I'm about to close the in-person voting. Is there anyone? Oh, we got a ballot coming in. That's all right. Right here. Do we have anyone else that needs to vote in person?
Good afternoon, everybody online. We are working on getting the polls set up. We have a few people that are logged in on multiple sessions. I'm going to start with Kelly Gallagher. I need you to unmute on the device you plan to use, and we will need to remove your secondary device, please.
Okay, we sort of got a last call here for voting. And just a friendly reminder, please do not leave your voting packet unattended. We want to make sure there's a proper chain of custody so that no one takes your ballots. So again, please secure your voting packet ballot.
Everybody hear me?
All
Okay.
right, the chair does not see anyone else who wants to vote in person. We're going to go ahead and close balloting for in person. Debbie, you may take. Debbie, you may take the ballots up for counting.
Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, you should be good. Thank you.
I don't know. Okay, thanks.
Trying to vote twice. Got a few of those on here.
Okay, for the online participants, hang tight. The vote's going to be fairly instantaneous. I just need to get the okay from our system administrators. So if you're online, stay online for a little while longer. We'll get the vote to you very soon. I'll open it up and then we'll proceed forward. So just hang tight and we'll get that going for you. Give me 2 more minutes and then we'll rock and roll. To all the online participants, I want to thank you for your patience. We're double checking everyone credentialed into the Zoom meeting against our list just to make sure that we're not having any issues. So bear with us. We're almost there. And once you're able to vote, you'll see how fairly quick and easy it is. So please hang tight. We're going to get the ballot uh, to you guys directly. And if you weren't already made aware, we're using the Zoom platform to do this. And the ballot will pop up on your screen. And then you'll have the option to vote for whichever candidate you want anonymously. And if there are any issues with you being able to vote, we'll walk you through it. But just as a matter of course, when that pop-up comes, vote and then submit it. If it does, for whatever reason, it does not come up, there is at the bottom of your screen on the right-hand side, there should be the option for more. You should be able to click that and there'll be a poll option. For whatever reason, if that doesn't pop up, you should be able to populate it yourself. But very soon you're going to get a pop-up ballot and you'll be able to vote instantaneously. So bear with us. We're just checking the credentials one more time. Call Tom Bjorklund. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we had a bit of a delay on the credentials because we added 5 more people to the online portion who were valid. We double checked them individually one by one on the list. So the original credentials report had 97 for online. We've now increased it by 5 to 102. If there's no objection, we're going to amend the credentials report to reflect that 97 online participants went to 102. Seeing none, that's the new credentials report for online participants. Cody and the system administrators, you are free to allow the online participants to vote. Is there anyone who has medical training at all? We have a potential emergency. Anyone with medical training in the room? Hope Sheppelman, our vice chairwoman, will come down. Come down over this side, Hope. We might have a need for help. Thank you. Yep. Yes, the people that dropped out were just Kevin McCarney.
So while you all are voting on here, we just wanted to make one quick announcement for you. There may be several rounds of voting throughout the day. So make sure that you're still paying attention and joining as you need to. We will do our best to watch the waiting room and ensure that you've been credentialed. So you can come back in. Just if we don't see it, please call somebody and have them come up and tell us that you're trying to get back in. That's the best we can offer right at the moment.
But if you're having trouble online, please reach out to Gregory Carlson and we will ensure that your vote is counted to that tally. Once we get to that point, we will be in an official recess, but we will come back earlier because of the in-person participants going to lunch sooner. Dave Gill of Douglas County, I believe you're online. If you could message our parliamentarian, Gregory Carlson, if you can hear this, Dave Gill, please message our parliamentarian, Gregory Carlson. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to officially close out online balloting. No more voting online. We are now going to be recessed for some short amount of time, undetermined at this point, but roughly plan on 1:15. Get back here into the room, and if there's more time needed, we'll keep it in recess. Okay, I got a friendly announcement here. I think we're gonna give recess a little bit longer. A little bit longer. We're gonna probably 1:20-ish gavel back in so that we can proceed with the other business of the day. The Credentials Committee is fairly through their process right now, but there's still some time. But I just want to give everyone a heads up, probably another 5 or so minutes before we get started again. Larry Hersink. Larry Hersink, can you come down to the floor over here? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are still in recess, but if you could encourage everyone in the foyer to please make their way back into the sanctuary. We really want to get started on other business as we are waiting for the first round results. So please encourage everyone. Someone make an announcement outside. Please come back into the foyer, from the foyer to the meeting room here. Members, we're still in recess, but the individuals who are a party to the controversy for CD3, if you could make your way to the stage, those who are speaking for the petitioner and for the respondent, please make your way to the stage. We're gonna roll into the CD3 controversy after we take care of some preliminary updated credentials when we break from recess. So those in CD3 controversy who are speaking, come down to the stage and we'll get you squared away. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break from recess here in probably another minute. So if everyone could please make their way to their seats, we're going to go do some procedural things that we need to do, especially as it relates to credentials. And we're going to then move into CD3 controversy. So if you are a part of the CD3 controversy and you're presenting, please make your way to the stage. Do you have any?
Oh, I'm here.
And then they will.
Okay, all right. So I can sit up here while they present their 2 minutes.
Arian to come back, but once he gets back, we're going to break, recess, and get back into business. So
Sorry about that.
no, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break recess, come back to order. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have to deal with some credential updates. And while we're waiting for Tom to maximize time, I think what we'll do first is allow for presentations because I'm not seeing Tom Bjorklund come down. We will not vote until we've settled the credential update. So right now, I think what we'll do is we'll just move into presentation for CD3. So if everyone could please sit down, especially in the right side of the room here. If you're a non-voting member, not like Carol, Carol who has privilege but is a non-voting member can stay here. But if you're a guest, please make your way back to the balcony so that voting members can have the floor. So in this corner on the right side, I don't mean to point anyone out. Let's go ahead and wrap up the conversations and sit down. And I'm seeing Tom here, so we can deal with credentials now. I'm going to recognize Tom Bjorklund for the purpose of a credential update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 359 members present and in person. There are 102 members on Zoom for a total of 461 members present. On behalf of the Credentials Committee, I move the adoption of the credentials report.
So members, while you were gone, enjoying lunch, we did have an increase in the online participants. Originally, we had notified you that it was 97. It went to 102. The reason for that, it was that those people were actually credentialed properly, but they didn't complete or not they, but collectively, we didn't complete the second step of scanning them in to our credentialing system. And so I have the names of the 5 additional people that I'll read aloud here. Anil Mathia, I can't read that, but Mr. Wentz.
Wentz. And
I think it's Evelyn Wentz, Marvin Ward, Mike Rourke, and Tom Day. Those are the 5 that we scanned in. They were added to the total. And when everyone had gone, we had made that announcement and asked if there were any objections. There was one objection, so we're going to go ahead and ask if it's okay to accept this updated credentials report so that we can have an accurate count for when the votes are brought in. So all in favor of accepting that updated credentials report for ballot round 1, please say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. I still have an updated credentials report, by the way. That only applies to ballot 1. And now we're going to bring it full circle now. So go ahead, Tom. I recognize you one more time.
okay. After you all voted the first round, we had, and per the bylaws, we don't close credentialing. So we had another person, Mr. Allen, actually came in and he credentialed after the first vote. And so there are now 360 members present and in person, including Mr. Allen. And there are 102 members on the Zoom for a total of 462. So that's an update from the 461 that I first announced. So, all right. Any questions? Oh. So on behalf of the Credentials Committee, I move the adoption of the credentials report at 462.
Okay, everyone understand what happened there? We added one more person in person after ballot 1 round happened. That's all. All in favor of accepting that updated credentials report, please say aye. All opposed? I think the ayes have it. 1 second. The ayes have it. Okay. We're going to go ahead and roll into controversy. I believe it's controversy number 25-002. For those of you who are not familiar, we do have a catalog system now for controversies, and we've been numbering since 2023. And this is the second controversy that we are going to be talking about for this particular meeting. Normally, controversies are heard first by the State Executive Committee, but given the inability for the State Executive Committee to actually meet within the 2-week time frame, and given how close we were to this meeting, we decided to go ahead and let the State Central Committee handle the controversy directly, which is allowed under our bylaws. What we're going to do is we're going to have the petitioner go first and present 10 minutes of her presentation. And then the respondents are going to then have collectively 10 minutes to present their side of it. And then we will go into natural debate time, which is a total of 26 minutes, 2 minutes per person. This controversy was distributed prior to the meeting today. It was at least since Wednesday. I know that's not a lot of time, but again, our bylaws require a 2-week response time, and the executive committee was not able to meet within that 2 weeks, which is why we went ahead and presented it to all of you. There is a question of jurisdiction, And that is always a proper consideration for the executive committee and the central committee. The issue of jurisdiction is with you. If you believe that this controversy does not meet jurisdictional muster, then simply vote no on the motion that will be presented and make your case, of course. If you think jurisdiction has been met, then you're free to vote however you like. But the easiest thing to do is simply vote no if you're convinced that jurisdiction has not been met. And the reason jurisdiction is an issue is our bylaws require that any and all controversies be first dealt with at the local level or the level at which it first arose. The problem with this particular controversy is that this deals with the election of new officers in a reorganizational meeting. And there's been a question of whether or not all processes, bylaws, or procedures within that district were properly adhered to. It was the estimation of your leadership that this controversy could not be handled at the local level, and that's the other reason why we put it here. But ultimately, the final decision rests with all of you. I'm seeing an inquiry or a question.
Point of order, sir. This controversy is improper on several grounds, jurisdictionally, which you just mentioned. But the fact is that the May 15th reorg meeting is not been adjourned. It currently stands in recess until the cessation of our reorganizational meeting here. So that this controversy is improper on those grounds as well.
Okay, thank you for, again, it's in our estimation that bringing forward this controversy to the Central Committee for final resolution is proper. If the Central Committee wishes to agree with your assessment, they can simply vote accordingly.
On the motion that this isn't proper and the controversy shouldn't be heard until we get a chance to handle it in CD3?
We're going to hear the controversy presentation and then motions can be made after that fact.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
You can make a motion at the proper time to make a motion.
When would that be? If not now?
We're going to let these people make their presentations, and then at that point, you can amend a motion that's going to be presented, and you can ask the body to agree with you or not.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Terry Porter in Mesa County. You mentioned that, because my question initially was, it does say in the party, controversies, that it should be done by the state executive committee. And so if this has been brought forward and for over a week at least, then because the meeting was 2 weeks ago, then how is it that the state executive committee could not meet prior to this meeting actually?
A part of the challenge of the executive committee not being able to meet was that because of the reorganizational meetings that were occurring, we had changes in membership. And the chair, myself, didn't feel it was proper for my appointees. One, it wasn't proper for my appointees on the executive committee to decide this so close to an election. That's number one. Number two, there was just no time for us to constitute a meeting of the executive committee and rearrange everyone's schedules to make that work in light of the Bannon dinner, as well as the preparations for this meeting. There was just no time to bring in the executive committee to do it. The bylaws do not require that the executive committee be first to hear it. That's not a requirement, and the rules that you have maybe right there refer to the internal process of the executive committee when they adjudicate these things at first.
Okay, and then the second point I would have is, again, on the jurisdiction. Are you going to have the whole group that is here decide if they think they should get to decide? Because if it should have come to the third CD first, it seems that the third CD should be hearing all of this, not taking everybody's time here to when we have more business as a state central committee to continue.
I, as the chairman, when I receive a controversy, have no choice but to hear the controversy either in the executive committee or the state central committee. If this body agrees that jurisdiction standards have not been met, they can vote accordingly.
Okay, then I would appeal to the body that this should be handled by the third CD. Thank you.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the reason we brought it forward was one, we felt we had no choice, but two, because the controversy itself deals with the election of officers who were also the ones administering the meeting. It is in our estimation that it's impossible for CD3 to necessarily handle it themselves because it has already been addressed by them and a controversy still exists. This body is duly empowered to decide what needs to be done. If you believe that jurisdiction has not been met, vote accordingly. I have no stake in this. This is my last day. I don't care how you vote. But you are empowered to vote however you want. If jurisdiction is an issue for you to vote to ultimately go against what the petitioner is seeking, that is your right. But we're here so that we can actually do this business and consider it in some way. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Richard Holtorf, Washington County. It is my belief that these controversies and problems should be handled at the lowest level. That would be at the county level, in this case, Congressional District 3 level.
Mr. Holtorf, do you have a point of inquiry or a question?
I have a question.
Okay.
Okay. Since there wasn't enough time in the 2-week period for the state executive committee to have an ad hoc meeting virtually, and we now present this before the state central committee, what would be the motion that I would make? And I need a parliamentarian perhaps to clear this up for me. What would the motion that I would make or somebody from CD3 would make so we can move on with the most important thing we're doing today, and that's electing new officers to run this organization? And if the parliamentarian would like to clarify that, I would appreciate it. That's my question.
Thank you, Mr. Holtorf. There is no motion. The bylaws require 2 weeks. I have a deadline. It's in the bylaws. The state executive committee could not meet. It therefore falls upon this body to decide how they wish to proceed. If you do not want to deal with CD3, then vote accordingly. I would very much like to vote. I would very much like to get to debate. But everyone who is opposed to the petitioner's position, which is obvious, need to allow me to kickstart this process, and then you can vote accordingly. So I would ask that everyone please let us proceed to presentation.
Point of parliamentary procedure. There is a motion to change the agenda that we could at least move it to the end of the meeting, correct?
Well, it wouldn't make sense because right now we're waiting for first round tallies, so we're maximizing our time.
We could be hearing from the vice chairman candidates and listening to those speeches at this time to move on. Can I get a ruling from the parliamentarian as to whether or not we can make a motion to change the agenda?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be heard one way or the other. And I understand that there are people who don't want to have it heard. Vote accordingly. The chair recognizes the petitioner, Carol Rickenbach, to have her say and to present to all of you. If you wish to disagree with her, so be it. The same is going to be given to the respondents. That is it. I recognize Carol Rickenbach.
There is a motion that we can make, and that is to change the agenda and move this to the end of the meeting.
No motion was made. I do not recognize you. I recognize Carol Rickenbach for the presentation.
Short. Okay. Sorry. Hello, elected officials, GOP state leadership, and members of the Colorado Republican Party. My name is Carol Rickenbach, and I reside in Rio Grande County in San Luis Valley. Over the last 4 years, I ran for House District 62 and have been the Rio Grande County Chair. I am not currently a voting member. I'm just one of the little people. I filed a controversy complaint with the state party after I and many others believe the election process for the race for chair, vice chair, and secretary for CD3 was compromised. I want the meeting of March 15th, 2025 that ran from 12:30 to 6 in the evening, nearly 6 hours, 4 of which was determined chair, to be null and void and the meeting rescheduled where elections are run by the state party. When I threw my hat in for chair, Michelle Gray, Teller Committee Chair, called me up and drilled me for an hour and a half to try to understand why I was running. And you can see there's so much opposition against me, and I'm nobody. Contrary to her accusations, I have no one controlling me, trust me. Pueblo County is in District 62. I'm very familiar and I work closely with Michelle Gray in 2024. She is a rock star workhorse. I knocked doors for her when she ran for county treasurer in 2022. Question number 1. Why was it such a problem that I was running? Question number 2. What happened to the 10 missing votes that were reported? Were the votes lost due to the chaos trying to conduct a vote via Zoom where people were losing connection and who had not been given a link after credentialing to the Zoom meeting? Final amended credentials reported stated 119 members present, 100 present, 5 non-voting members present, 11 by proxy. Yet, when I researched the screenshots provided of the text Michelle Reed received, I count 14 proxies. 109 votes came in. Peters 58 and Riggenbaugh 51. 7 vote difference. 2 illegal votes, one of which was mine. I was a non-voting member. I received a ballot on my phone. Did the other 5 non-voting members receive ballots? And if they did they vote? When Michelle was asked where the missing votes were, she stated she assumed people abstained. Prior to the meeting, I had asked Michelle Gray, Teller Committee Chairwoman, to explain to me how the vote was going to be conducted. She explained she had a spreadsheet and each credentialed person who voted on their device would be named. She said she would sign an NDA if anyone wanted. As it turned out, the Zoom meeting was so chaotic with attendees losing connection that she had to have people text their votes. Why couldn't she have just gone to her spreadsheet and looked to see who had not voted and asked them if they had abstained or if they had voted, and she didn't see it? I'm going to tell you right now from the documentation that I was received, who did not vote. Chris Cooper, you did not vote. Lauren Gutierrez, you did not vote. Larry Heersink, you did not vote. Harley Hitching, you did not vote. Mary Pacino, you did not vote. Vanessa Ruggles, you did not vote. On the tally, on the count, it shows do not vote totaling 8. I just named you 7. Question number 3. Was there any way that Michelle could confirm the credentialed person to the texting device? Text your vote to Michelle's phone was always the answer to every issue that was flooding in during the voting process. Question number 4. Why were people allowed to text multiple proxy votes when the proposed rules of the meeting stated? Number 5. Proxies are allowed. The Credentials Committee must validate the proxy holder as a registered Republican within the 3rd Congressional District boundary. If the proxy holder is a voting member, they will need to have a second email and device in order to vote for the member they are carrying proxy for. As evidenced in the response to my filing of this controversy, printouts of screenshots of people's phones show that 4 members had more than 1 proxy and were voting on their one device. No evidence of an additional email or additional device per proxy was given. The credentials report said 11 proxies. I counted 14 from the evidence Christy Fedora presented in her response to my complaint. Question number 5. Why was the entire Zoom meeting conducted from Christy Fedora's laptop, who was the current vice chair and was a candidate for vice chair? Clear separation of Ms. Fedora from her laptop during the voting process was not established. She had to have another Pueblo County voting member, Jonathan Ambler, to manipulate, as well as herself, the laptop running the meeting, as Ms. Gray technologically struggled operating the meeting from the laptop when she was acting as the Teller Committee chair, counting and reporting the results. I was in the room in Pueblo. Now, I will address what I know is coming. A complete attack, and it's already begun, attack on me because I've stood up to bullies. Just as I was being grilled for an hour and a half as to why I was running, I've been bullied as many of you have when we stand up and we say no. I did a video on my Facebook page where I called it like it is. The 5 elected officials who were on the call making speeches while people were struggling, losing connection, not knowing how to vote, etc., was a disgrace. I don't know about you, but I hold my elected officials to a higher standard and was shocked at their laissez-dazzle approach and conversation in the Zoom meeting while it was clear chaos was ensuing. I will tell you up front, I called Lauren Boebert the new Pelosi swamp creature for how she gloated and smiled during all the struggles of the meeting and frustrations. It reminded me of Pelosi tearing up President Trump's speech in his first term. I also called Senator Simpson a traitor. I was extremely disappointed in his neglect to ask any questions as to the integrity of the meeting as he watched the struggling leaders of CD3 to try to pull it off. He later told me, as I explained how Zoom can be secure when ran properly, Carol, it's just the way it is. No, Senator Simpson. With all due respect, I will not accept it's just the way it is. No more give to get, and no more get along to get along. Colorado is in dire straits, and you're my elected official. Congressman Hurd, it was clear you saw the chaos and you tried to help Dave on several occasions get Michelle's phone number correct. Accuracy in these Zoom meetings, and especially in voting for leadership, is super important to us, the people of your district. We need confidence that the vote is correct. If our elected leaders could not stand up for the people amongst themselves within a Republican meeting, then how can we believe them when they say they're fighting for us on the Hill amongst the enemies who are coming straight at our throats? I'm not supposed to win. They don't want me to win. That's why all 5 of them were on the Zoom supporting Dave Peters, Christy Fedura, and Lynetta Shaw. A new chair and vice chair would completely throw a monkey wrench in the ways that operate CD3. They know this meeting was fraudulent. Now they will use this platform to make me out to be a mean, nasty person so as to turn votes to their camp. Colorado will be Colorado again. God says so. He saved President Trump's life, and in him doing the work he called him to do. The spirit of truth is upon Colorado, and it's time. It's time for the people to stand up and call it the way it is. No more fear. Courage, Colorado, courage. Your grandchildren, our veterans who lost so much who live here in Colorado, need you to stand. Stand firm. Keep your eyes open. Hold tight to your convictions. Give it all you've got. Be resolute and love without stopping. We the people stand. We stand. We will make Colorado, Colorado again. God bless us all.
The next presentation will be by the respondents in this case. Again, all the documentation that was given to the state party was sent out in a prior email to include today at 7 a.m. So whoever wants to go first, by all means.
So my name is Christy Fedura, and I stand before you as the Vice Chair of the 3rd Congressional District. I'm responding to the CD3 controversy filed by Carol Riggenbach, who had an unsuccessful bid as the candidate for the CD3 chair. In summary, her complaints allege our lack of preparation for the meeting, failure to follow bylaws, and accusations of bias. The complaint lacks factual details to back up her claims. We've submitted over 130 pages of documentation that cite bylaws and rules, demonstrate the meeting was properly run, and while it did have some technical issues, not unlike what we're seeing here today, we were ultimately able to execute the meeting without bias to any candidate. It should be noted that the initial complaint from the petitioner was dated for the 17th of March. However, we did not receive it until the 21st, and we were given until the 24th, so less than the 7 days required by the rules of controversy to respond to it. However, only half of the pages were there. We made note of this and we let the state party know. We were notified that we would receive those pages, and we did on the 24th, 1 day prior to them being due back with the response from us, and we still managed to get a 137-page response out. Regarding our alleged lack of preparation, the CD3 Executive Committee waited as long as possible for a venue to be announced by the state party for this SCC meeting. On the deadline of the 15 days that we were required, because we do know our bylaws, to make sure that our official call was sent out, we still had no venue information, and therefore we decided that we would conduct the meeting via Zoom. We sent out the official call, and we subsequently reached out to the executive committees of all 27 counties and urged them to pre-credential. We did this for the meeting via email, and the result of our diligence was a record high number of members pre-credentialing and voting at the meeting, with 119 out of 122 members. Because we were diligent and because we knew our bylaws and because we did exactly what we should have procedurally done. Typically, we have 60 to 65 members, 119 out of 122. In the days leading up to the March 15th meeting, we ran multiple Zoom test meetings to ensure that the voting system worked and it could be done by secret ballot, all of which were successful. Our volunteers have extensive experience in running and volunteering for many past organizational meetings, and we strictly adhered to the details required for credentialing and teller committee functions. In reference to the question of people being unable to get into the meeting, which again we saw today, because the Zoom meeting limit was reached, the issue was immediately rectified in real time, and our credentials chair confirmed that all people in the waiting room did get into the meeting, and the documents in our response support that. On the allegation of bias, the facilitators never expressed support or lack thereof towards any of the candidates. There were elected officials who endorsed candidates, which is customary and acceptable. Had there been elected officials endorsing Ms. Riggenbach, they too would have been admitted into the meeting for nominating or endorsement. She made no such request. In a conversation with the teller chair, Michelle Gray, Ms. Riggenbach was advised that she could have one poll watcher. Instead, she brought to our office 4 watchers, a neighboring county chair, and they all joined her at the Pueblo County Republican Party office. After considering the long drive that they had made to be there, she and her group were fully accommodated, including being provided our password, which gave us some issues with our Wi-Fi connectivity. All other concerns raised at the meeting were addressed and reconciled in real time, and our teller committee report verifies that and is attached to the response in the controversy. In her complaint, Ms. Riggenbach criticized our parliamentarian, claiming that he was not for the moment and provided insufficient counsel. Our parliamentarian is a House district representative and an attorney who is well-versed in the laws and the rules of CD3. During the call, he promptly and professionally responded to all questions in real time, as his responsibility and his obligation of parliamentarian required. All voting was anonymous. We did not violate the secret ballot rule per the CD3 bylaws as alleged by Ms. Riggenbach. And at this point, I want to reiterate that not only has this meeting not yet been adjourned, but therefore it is not eligible for controversy, but it also does not follow jurisdictional guidelines and should be filed first with CD3 Executive Committee and so on. Ms. Riggenbach's failure to cite actual rules and bylaw violations in her complaint and her emotionally charged responses follow the meeting suggest this simply is a show of frustration after having lost the CD3 chair. Finally, based on her emotional response to the outcome of the chair race, it is our opinion that if the reorganizational meeting were to be redone, the outcome would likely be less favorable for Ms. Riggenbach. Following the reorganizational meeting, she posted several videos online. Videos where she was highly critical of Congresswoman Boebert, Congressman Hurd, several of our other CD3 elected officials, referring to them as swamp creatures and traitors. In consideration of her negative perceptions of elected officials in CD3, coupled with her utter lack of knowledge regarding bylaws and rules, as the most recent chair for CD3's Rio Grande County and a 2-time House District 62 candidate, we fail to see how she could effectively fill a role of Republican leadership in support of the 3rd Congressional District or its elected officials. I'll now turn it over to our teller committee chair and our credentialing chair. Thank you.
State your name.
Vanessa Ruggles, La Plata County. I was the credentials chair for CD3. First, I would like to just thank all of our CD3 chairs for pre-credentialing all their voting members. It made the process go much smoother. They know their members. They verified their physical IDs, so we didn't have to have them show them when they Zoomed in. And I credentialed and saw all IDs for all chairs. And so, as they said, we ended up with a record number of people on the call, And as the Zoom, my error, I should have sorted my list alphabetical. I had it sorted by county, so I had to ask people what county they were with, as most of their Zooms came in with their first name. We got through that 119 people in an hour and a half. I would stand behind our credentials report as well as the teller report and the validity of this election. Thank you.
Do you mind if I set this?
That's fine. Please take it.
Michelle, on here. I'm Michelle Gray, Chair of the Pueblo County Republican Party. The teller committee consisted of me, Michelle Gray, as chair, and Marla Reichert as member. Per the rules of CD3, watchers were permitted at 614 North Main. Watchers were never permitted to see any poll vote or proxy vote. This was not acceptable to one poll watcher or Carol Regenbach, who has taken this to Facebook. The polls were closed for the chair race. Proxies were tallied. Upon completion, the spreadsheet was opened. The ballot was hidden from all individuals to include the teller. This was verified by watchers Bill Andrews and Butch Pettigrew. Watchers were instructed on how illegal and duplicate votes would be found. Each watcher acknowledged the process. Watchers were aware that 2 duplicates and 2 illegal votes were discovered and that one voter had used another member's link. The names of the members who cast duplicate votes or illegal votes were not shared with the watchers. Dave Peters received 58 votes and Carol Regenbach received 51 votes for a total of 109 cast. A point of order was raised asking why, I want to put that there, why 10 people did not vote. I reported that I could not answer why people didn't vote. Of the 10 votes, 2 were duplicates votes that were removed. Only 8 individuals did not vote, as Ms. Regenbach has, and one of them happened to be Vanessa. And there's a couple where I didn't vote because we got too busy. So a motion was made to adjourn the meeting. The motion failed by voice vote. It should be noted that 107 votes were recording, adding credibility to the outcome of the chair race with 109 votes cast. Bill Andrews stated that the teller committee did a great job. All present saw the effectiveness of the committee in real time. Carol and her team left the office with Carol claiming we had cheated. The body of SCC should be made aware that 3 of the 7 individuals listed in this controversy attempted to change the outcome of an election by casting inappropriate ballots. The record shows Carol Regenbach, who stated in her complaint on page 2 that she was a non-voting member, cast an illegal ballot. Jason Entz cast 2 ballots in the chair race, as well as each additional race. Mark McAllister voted somebody else's ballot. Janet Hildago's chief complaint was that Michelle Gray didn't allow us to see the results on the computer. Her desire to see the secret vote is violation of the bylaws and the vote of the body. Carol took her controversy to Facebook rather than having it adjudicated here. I believe that we should have due processes in order, and I believe that she violated those bylaws. I urge you to vote in favor of keeping the results of this election and to quickly respond to the phone text. That was a workaround from the members who did not have 2 emails or 2 devices. Thank you.
Okay, just to give you a quick update on process here. I'm going to recognize a member for the purpose of a motion. We're then going to go into debate. At any time, we can simply debate and go with the original motion, but any member here can always amend the motion. Functionally, I don't know if it matters, but you're welcome to do that. This will be the for position and the opposition position, and we will recognize Laurel Eimer for the purposes of a motion.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Laurel Eimer, CD7 bonus member and Jeffco bonus member, and I would move to make a motion that the CD3 reorganizational meeting is redone and then processed by the state party moving forward.
Is there a second?
Second that motion.
There's a second. We are now into debate. Again, this is for over here and this is against. So if you're against that motion, come over here. If you're for this motion, go right here. The chairman has been notified that there are a number of people out of CD3 on both sides that would really like to discuss this issue. We have debate time starting now at 26 minutes total time. And to be clear, we have one side, the petitioner, saying that the process was not followed correctly and that there wasn't an anonymous ballot. And the other side is saying the opposite, that it was followed correctly and that ballots were anonymous. It's up to you to decide how you wish to move forward. We'll start with you. Please give your name and your county. 2 minutes each. 2 minutes each per person, total 26 minutes. You have the floor, sir.
Mark McAllister, Mesa County, as mentioned before that I voted illegally. I'm going to explain that. First of all, this is a matter of principle for me, not a matter of who the candidates are. It's important to know that voter integrity was not in place here, and that's what I'm standing up for. I would like to explain the first issue. I was not able to credential in the day of the vote, although I had shown my ID and had credentialed in. One of my fellow bonus members offered me her email to be able to get into the link to the Zoom meeting. When I got into the link, the way that I could vote was to go to her name, physically change her name to my name so I could vote. In doing so, I accidentally stole her ballot. I voted for her. We let CD3 know that this had happened. Their response that I had stolen Cindy Fricklin's ballot, which she is present here today, was that Cindy would need to vote via text throughout the rest of the meeting. So now we have a phone number being blasted out throughout the entire meeting for everyone to text from. That is not voter security, folks. Anyone could get that cell number and vote. But the idea that I was able to infiltrate the Zoom meeting, steal someone's identity, and vote for them, right? That tells you right there that we did not have the security necessary to be holding this meeting. It should have been shut down then and there. 30 seconds. Another major issue is the second round of voting that came. They cast ballots out to the voters. Several voters had received ballots. Representative Matt Sober, who had received a ballot in the first round of voting, did not receive a ballot in the second round of voting. He complained of this, as many members did. Therefore, the voting system was not working. It was not transparent. And then again, Mr. Soper had to vote via text now, which was not secure in our systems. So therefore, again, I stand to have a new vote done because the systems were not secure.
Thank you, sir. Time. We'll go to opposition. Please state your name and county.
Sam Hernandez, Pueblo County bonus member. I'm going to play the video that Carol did on Facebook after, and then I'll have some comments after.
Sir, no, this is debate. Sir, no, this is debate time. Make your case.
Okay, debate time?
Yes.
Okay, well, if anybody should be breaking the tiebreaker, it should probably be CD3, Congressman Jeff Hurd. This is a waste of time. You're wasting everybody's time. She lost the first vote 59-51, didn't like it. That meeting went on for quite a few hours after. The comments she made about Jeff Hurd being a savage traitor, Lone Borber being a traitor. Why is she even running for the chair if she thinks everybody's a traitor? Jeff Hurd should have a voice in this. She's running for the chair to be the voice of Jeff Hurd. And we already have Democrats trying to take us out from behind. We don't need our own people doing it. So I think we should be doing this at CD3 level. You shouldn't be wasting everybody's time. And again, CD3 should be taking care of CD3, and that's it. Thank you. Eric.
Eric Grossman, Mineral County. This one I am talking as a Mineral County chairman. I ran for vice chair for CD3 just for disclosure, but we can all say that Carol maybe is Meanie McMean face, but in the end, a vote should be conducted fairly and properly, and it was not. The whole notion that that was anonymous, we now know is completely not true. Evidence was given to Carol of the printouts of the no vote, which means that when you go into a Zoom, and I know this as the event guy, that when you're doing a polling by Zoom, depending on if it's anonymous or not, you can go in and actually see a name and see if they voted or if they didn't. When the credentials report came and there was 10 missing votes, the question that I posed as a legitimate one, and keep in mind, up to this point, the decorum of the meeting was pretty good. But I essentially asked the teller committee, what about these other 10 votes? And they said, well, we can just assume that they were abstaining. And I responded to assume, did you even check? And from there forward, they could not give an adequate response. And it was at that point that I thought the meeting should be started over because there was no response that could be given because they didn't know. Then after the report came into Carol, you find out that the numbers are still off. So my point to all of you is that the bottom line for this whole situation is that there was 10 vote discrepancy, or there was 10 vote difference where there's 10 votes and we don't know where they are, and there was a 7 vote difference. That is not integrity by any stretch of the imagination. And the final point I want to leave you with, I talked to another fellow county chair of another neighboring county just this last night, and I have the tweet right here, where she told me she got a text from our vice chair currently, and also whose Zoom computer ran the meeting, and also the computer crashed in the middle of the vote, mind you. Actually texted this other county chair and said, I didn't realize you were supporting Eric Grossman. Now, how would she have known that? She knew that because the vote was not anonymous. And I have the text right here to prove it. And this other county chair, I'm sure will testify to it, as the text is right here. The bottom line is, if she's mean, that's fine. Have a fair vote.
Okay, one second. We had an online participant, Douglas County, Priscilla Ron. She just has a simple question. I don't know if it's rhetorical or if it's serious. You can decide. She says, I don't understand, if you're running for an office, how are you also in charge of the elections? Well, I can tell you that just because you're running for an election doesn't prohibit you from actually running and administer the meeting, unless your bylaws specifically state otherwise. Now, again, I don't know if that was rhetorical or not. That was just a question that came in. The answer is, if the bylaws allow for it, then they allow for it. Go ahead.
Lisa Zimmerman, La Plata County Secretary. I was at that meeting. I do want to point out, I've been at several meetings in the last 5.5 years where I've seen multiple people not vote. It's never been called out until this one when somebody lost. We also had the same issue with some of the same people in the CD3 meeting at the SD6 that claimed that they did not get their ballot. So if we're going to complain about this voting system, it's the same one we used for SD6, and it's the same one I believe that we're using in this meeting. So we're going to have to call into the validity of this meeting's votes if we're going to call into the validity of CD3.
Go ahead. Tom Keenan, Mesa County, and being the first time go around here involved in the CD3 election, and also listening in to the prior meeting, Zoom meeting that the state held, which after an hour and a half, some principal participants in that were screaming, and well, through chat, that it was a mess and it should be discontinued immediately. This was after an hour and a half. We spent more than that, I believe, on just trying to get a chair, because we still haven't found out where the 10 votes went, what was going on. I just see it being transparent is not. To being an election that anybody should stand for, it was not. As I say, being new, the outcome of who's leading it wasn't my concern. The concern was that there were people on that in both situations, that in the first one, they were screaming that this needed to be discontinued. And in this one, after 3.5 hours, those same people were screaming, we got to continue it. Are we working with principle or politics here? Thank you.
Hi, my name's Pam Paul. Was the vice chair of Pueblo. Now I'm a bonus member. I just wanted to vouch for the character of Christy and Michelle and Jonathan. Sorry, I always get emotional. If the implication is that they intentionally did anything to cheat, it's BS. They're very principled people.
Thank you. Name and county, and you have the floor.
My name is Chris Cooper. I am the new chair of Moffat County. And this was my first vote outside of my county. And that morning, my secretary called to say that she wasn't going to make it to the meeting. And so I hustled to get the proxy together, and I I followed the instructions about calling in with, or getting on with 2 separate devices. And at one point I considered dropping off, because they had hit 100 max on the people that could join the meeting. But I thought that if I did that, there was a chance that I would not be able to carry my proxy vote. And I would only get my vote recorded. So I stayed on those 2 sessions. So my face was on there twice, once for my secretary and once for myself. When I saw yesterday the backup to the CD3, I discovered that I was one of those who did not vote. And I can tell you that I've been waiting so long to participate in this group and to finally have a voice. And my vote did not matter. And it didn't matter in the vice chair, and it didn't matter in the secretary vote. Each one of those, my vote did not matter.
Okay. Lauren Gutierrez, bonus member, Mesa County. My name was mentioned as a non-voter for that first round. I had to attend an inspection with the client. I had his permission to be on the phone on that meeting the whole time. The seller requested it. So my vote didn't count because I got back from my phone to my desk and switched over, and I didn't realize that my vote didn't count. But my vote was for Dave Peters, as was my second vote. Thank you.
My name's Allison Anthony from Moffat County. I'm the secretary that Chris was trying to vote for proxy. So I feel a little guilty that her vote didn't count. What we saw in those printouts was that she had done it appropriately by having 2 devices, whereas other people voted on 1 device and their 2 votes counted. So how does that make it right? That's a big problem in my estimation, and I believe it should be redone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bradley Barker, bonus member, Mesa County. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee here. I was a member of the 3rd congressional meeting. Yes, there's always issues with Zoom that has been talked about, but I believe that our chair and his team, the teller committee, all of them have demonstrated that they did their due diligence for counting these votes properly. And if you reviewed the materials that were emailed out as part of this controversy, you will find that the vote totals for all of those races followed a very similar pattern. So I rise in opposition to the reconsidering.
Amanda Maris, Rio Grande County Secretary. During this meeting that was conducted, I unfortunately was in the hospital at the time with my mother. So there was a lot of going ons. I was active and present for all the votes that took place. It came to light during the evidence that came out that I did, in fact, like I did, vote for chair. But when it came to the vice chair vote, which I did vote for and I was present for, it has me marked down as a did not vote. So based on the integrity of the voting, I believe this needs to be called again.
Hi, Marla Reichert, Vice Chair, Pueblo County. Couple of points. A motion to adjourn the CD3 meeting was made and was properly considered through a roll call vote. So every single person's name was called out and they cast their vote as to whether to continue or not continue. By an overwhelming majority, the body chose to continue. Part of the reason I believe for that is because we had to get that meeting done within a time certain. We had to get that meeting done so that the right people could get to vote in this meeting. Not the right people, but the people that, the people who won their various elections. So we persevered as to making accommodations for people who didn't have multiple devices or who were having difficulties. I feel like our teller committee chair went above and beyond to try to accommodate difficulties people were having so as not to disenfranchise any single voter. The goal all along was to allow everybody present who wanted to vote the ability to vote. And that was done. It did take a long time. It was painstaking. I had to hand it to the people up here going through those lists. But from the teller committee standpoint, yes, you get a list of who voted and next to it is how they voted. Michelle hid that column from view so we could go down the list against the credentials report. And the gentleman who claimed that he stole a ballot, no, he didn't. He brought the problem to light. We found a solution. He was properly entitled to be in the meeting and cast a vote. So we allowed him to vote that ballot and provided for Ms. Ficklin to vote in another manner. So it was addressed, it was handled, both people got to vote. It's just, the process was fair and impartial, and we bent over backwards to make sure everybody got to vote.
Okay. Sir?
Yeah, I'm Matt Lobato from Cornelius County, and I was on the meeting, and I'm just gonna say the process was not right. When you have people, especially the host, they're getting kicked off the meeting, other people getting kicked off the meeting, they're in the waiting room. Not only that, but people don't know how to raise their hand. I'm on your mobile device. I still don't know how to raise my hand. I'm like this, but you need to press a button. And when the host is telling you, hey, I didn't get my ballot or whatever, and they're trying to talk or whatever, and they're saying they didn't get their ballot, and they're saying, oh, you have to go to the three little dots and you have to find it here. How come it's not popping up on our screen? So, you know, if we're saying every vote should count, well, it depends on this motion here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a request from Congressman Jeff Hurd to speak over Zoom in opposition. So hold tight, Natalie. We're going to let Congressman Hurd jump on when the tech guys are ready.
Hi, Dave. This is Jeff Hurd. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you, Congressman.
Great. Thank you very much.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. I would respectfully request that you vote no on this motion for a couple reasons. First, the complaint and controversy were filed prematurely. The CD3 meeting is in recess. It's not adjourned. And under the rules, the controversy cannot even be considered yet. So I don't even think we need to go further beyond that on its own. That would merit a no vote. Second, the election process followed the bylaws. Secret ballots were protected. Voter identity was secure, and we had a record turnout. Third, any irregularities were caught and addressed. 2 illegal votes, 2 duplicates, and a misused proxy were all removed in real time by the teller committee. This proved that the system worked. Fourth, the credentials report was accepted unanimously, and every motion, just like the one to adjourn, was properly considered and voted on. Fifth, the complaint fails to cite a single bylaw violation, just vague frustration with the results. Disagreement is not grounds for overturning an election. Finally, the petitioner herself cast an illegal vote and has since launched a personal attack against Republican leaders in our district, calling them traitors. That is not how you win trust or credibility. This was a fair process. It was lawful, transparent, and it was grassroots led. We should let CD3 finish its business and reject this baseless complaint. I would respectfully request that you vote no on this motion. Thank you very much.
Members, your enthusiasm is noted, but we are still in debate time. So please, let's get to it. I believe you've already spoken for your 2 minutes. So we have to.
I got line again.
You can't. I'm sorry. You're next, sir, and then we'll go back to you. Opposition spoke. We're going in favor and then back.
I'm Michael Kuchler from Montrose.
Into the mic, please.
Yeah, I'm Michael Kuchler from Montrose. I'm a bonus member, and I was on that call. And first of all, I'd like to thank Carol for standing up for herself for election integrity. I've got a good friend that's in prison right now because she stood up for election integrity. And so I applaud you doing that. I was on that call. I watched what was going on. In the first place, I texted them a few times and I said that vote has to be verifiable, repeatable, and auditable. Do you have that? Can you do that? Do you have
the stuff with you to be able to say, yes, we have everything it takes to prove that, because there were people, they said that 10 people never got to vote, but they didn't have anything that showed no votes. All they showed was votes for and votes against. The second time, in the second process, then they went ahead and they added another one, but they weren't able to show us on that call. There were people who dropped off of that call because they were tired of it. They didn't want to have to deal with what was going on there because there was a total lack of professionalism in what was happening there. And the people could see what direction it was going. Not to say that at the very end, the person that they were putting in as chair, they also were voting in to fulfill the executive position that, from my understanding, oversees the chair. So, I don't know. I'm just saying, I think it needs to be revoted. That's where I stand on it.
Okay. Go ahead. Name and county, please.
Hi, Natalie Tennant, Weld County bonus member and CD4 bonus member. CD3 reorg meeting is currently in recess. This controversy defies the bylaws. It's a waste of time. We have state central committee business to attend and conduct. I call the question.
Ladies and gentlemen, the question has been called. I assume there's a second. Can you pause? Just so everyone knows, there was 18 minutes left when the question, or excuse me, not left, that had elapsed when the question was called. We still have these folks here. This is your decision. So this is not a debatable motion. So all in favor of ending debate and calling the question, please rise.
Pretty unanimous.
Okay, please sit down. All opposed? The chairman's on doubt, but let me check on Zoom. That motion passes and debate has ended. We will go to the underlying question. Okay, the motion before us is, I'll read it again. To have the CD3 reorganizational meeting redone and administered by the state party. I'm going to do a rising standing vote, and if it's not discernible, we'll go ahead and actually take counts, okay? All in favor of having the CD3 reorganizational meeting redone and administered by the state party, please rise. And for the online participants, you have an online ballot that we're going to give you specifically. So please, if we need to redo it. So hang tight. Okay, please be seated. All those opposed, please rise. No, I don't know. That's pretty close, actually. Hold on. Okay. You guys are from my eyesight kind of evenly split on it. So we're gonna do this safely. I'm gonna ask the teller committee to come up. You can sit down. We're gonna do a standing counted vote, and we're gonna count the votes of the people who are in favor and opposed, and then the online participants will have a ballot that they will have electronically submitted. Whenever the system administrator is ready to go with balloting, you may distribute the ballot online, and we'll take care of the online. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you could just quiet down a bit. The teller committee is getting organized to do a standing counted vote. The reason we're doing this is we want to settle this dispute today. And whoever wins out between the petitioner and the respondent, they deserve to know final conclusions and no lingering questions about it. That's just how this process works. I thank you for your patience, but we're going to do it by the book and make sure we get a count. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and settle down. I'll explain the process so there's no confusion here. At this time, if you're a non-voting member, please do not participate in any way. We want to make sure we get an accurate count here. Again, if you're a non-voting member with privilege, remain seated no matter what. And if you're really a non-voting member without privilege, please be in the balcony off to the left here. So the teller committee is going to be positioned appropriately, and we're going to do a standing rise count. As the chair understands it, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to first ask for the yes votes. Don't do it now, but I'll ask for people to stand up. And as they stand up,
Okay, all right.
okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is how we're going to do it. For an accurate count, what we're going to do is we're going to have everyone stand for or against. Everyone, please be quiet. We're going to stand for or against, whichever side you're on, stand up, and then remain standing. And as the teller committee comes through your rows and they give you the signal that they've counted your vote, you can sit down in the process, okay? Does anyone, you I'll restate the motion. That's fine. It'd probably be easier if you go back to your seating position. Carol, you're not a voting member, right? Okay, you can stay here or go to the balcony, whichever you choose. Okay. It's probably safe you just there. Okay. The motion, I'm going to restate it and then one more time do the instructions. Okay. The motion is to have the CD3 reorganizational meeting redone and administered by the state party, whoever your next chairman or chairwoman may be. That's the motion. Those of you who want to vote for or against, when I call the time to vote for however you want, stand up, remain standing until the teller committee counts your vote, and then they'll tell you you can sit down. They will walk through the rows methodically and ensure that you have been counted. With your badge, as you stand up, please show your badge. And if there are any non-voting members that try to pull a fast one, you owe everyone a dinner or something. I don't know. So, so do not mess around. All right. Everyone clear? Everyone ready to go? Not yet? Need a minute? Okay, 1 minute. No. No. That's okay. We can add them. We can add them. Were they credentialed in?
I don't know. I don't know.
For the online participants, Frida Wallison, please contact Gregory Carlson on the Zoom chat function. Please message him directly. Ask Cody if the additional member was credentialed, because I don't mind doing that too. Okay, I'll go after. Okay, Debbie? Liz? Liz? Elizabeth? Elizabeth Temple? Are you good? Okay, we're ready to rock and roll. The motion again is to have CD3 reorganizational meeting redone and administered by the state party, whoever the next administration may be. All in favor of doing that, that's a yes vote. Please rise and remain standing until the teller committee can tell you if you want to sit down. Please hold up your badge too. And online participants, you should have a ballot. Hey, if you're voting yes, please stand up and remain standing until the teller team allows you to sit down, please. Has everyone voted online? I mean, we're not. That's fine. Well, I gotta get. Well, I tell you, stop. Stop counting on the side. Like this is. I would agree. I would agree. All right, members, we're gonna go ahead and do the no votes now for this. And then we'll count the tally sheets off to the side and announce the results later. So Teller committee, can I get a thumbs up? Hold on. Oh, everyone sit down. Hold on. I want the Teller committee situated. We're gonna do no votes like we did the yes votes. So teller committee, give me a thumbs up. Okay, we got paper here. All right. Liz, we good? We good over here off to the side? Okay. All right. Looks like I'm getting the thumbs up. Everyone's good? All opposed to the motion, please rise. Teller committee, you may proceed. And again, remain standing until the teller committee tells you you can sit and your vote is counted. Let's wait for this. Let me see what round, we're going a second round.
So I don't know where Cody is. So there were four.
Right. Okay, fantastic.
Um,
Has the teller committee concluded the standing vote count?
do I get to guess?
Hold on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. What's that?
What were you saying?
Um,
My report?
well, I mean, since we number them, that's the way we count them, is that even though I know you can't number them on Zoom, but I would number them on this so that it's easier for us to have them together.
I just don't know which number is which.
Well, that's to order the ballot. We did it to order the ballot. Order the candidates on the ballot.
How should I know?
It doesn't matter now.
Okay. Members, there is one person that supposedly went to the bathroom who is in opposition. I'm going to ask the body, do you want me to close voting and say tough? Okay. Voting's closed. Sorry. Please take the tally sheets to your collection point. Okay. If the teller committee, I don't want to interrupt your counts. If you could please move to the side. If the teller committee could please go over there and do your counts. Members, we will announce the results of CD3 when they're finally tallied, but we're going to move on. I have the results for the first round of the chairman's vote. You guys want to hear it? Okay. All right. If the teller committee in front of me could just move to the side, we'll get started here. Okay. You guys are on the edge of your seats. All right, so here's the report. I'll read it. For this vote, there were 454 eligible ballots cast. 2 of them were spoiled for a total of 452 valid ballots. Lori Sane received 133 votes. Mark Morris received 9. Darcy Schoening received 14. Jeremy Goodall received 52. Britta Horn received 145. Kevin McCarney received 0, which he shouldn't because he's not running. Richard Holtorf received 61. And Ryan Everett received 38. Per our rules, we are giving each candidate 2 minutes to decide if they wish to voluntarily drop out at this point. So the clock starts for the timekeeper. Give me 2 minutes. All the candidates that wish to remain, you're all eligible to remain if you want, but we are checking as a matter of the rules to see if anyone wishes to voluntarily drop out. So if you're one of those candidates, please go ahead and make your way to the stage to notify me. We are in a brief recess.
Yeah, Darcy. All right, thank you so much.
Where's Dave? Let's go speak to Dave.
Oh, he's over there. Anna.
He is. Looks like he's already speaking.
Yeah, he's already.
Okay, is Ryan Everett here? I've heard from every other candidate. I just want to hear from Ryan Everett. Is Ryan Everett in the house? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I don't see Ryan Everett, but we need to proceed forward here. The chair has been notified that there is a candidate who wishes to back out voluntarily. Per our rules, Jeremy Goodall, come on stage. You have 30 seconds to let the crowd know what you want to let them know.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Jeremy Goodall. How are you? Now, I know you all earlier stood in support of Donald Trump. You stood in support of taking this state back from the communist in Denver. And now I'm going to ask you all to join me in standing in support of Lori Singh. We get the opt-out done. We get it done right. We get it done now.
Okay, and 1 second here, Mark Morris. Mark Morris is also withdrawing. He's afforded 30 seconds if he so chooses. But apparently he is not going to make a statement at this time. So right now, the people that have voluntarily dropped out is Jeremy Goodall and Mark Morris. So for the next round of balloting, we are not going to one. No, come over here. 1 second, I'm hearing from one other candidate. Okay, another candidate has informed me that he wishes to withdraw. So he is afforded 30 seconds to say what is on his mind. Richard Holtorf.
Ladies and gentlemen, I came here with a message of unity, building bridges and taking this party somewhere in a new direction. If I don't make this decision that I make right now, we cannot take this party in a new direction, which is a winning direction for Colorado based on the platform that I presented to you in my 8-minute speech. It is with deep regret that I am not your first choice, but I understand that I have these votes, and I'm asking the delegates who have voted for me to please put your support behind Britta Horn. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Holtorf has withdrawn from the race, as well as Jeremy Goodall and Mark Morris. They have both withdrawn, or all three of them have withdrawn voluntarily from the race. 1 second, I want to check with the credentials team real quick, and then we will go into immediate voting for the chair's race. So 1 minute, 2 minute recess. Oh, oh yeah. Is that like a locator you have on there? Yeah, right. I need to put air tags on. Yeah, right. Oh, okay, what are the online? This was race. You said payments favorite. No.
It checks.
Okay, Darcy. Members, we've just been informed that Darcy Showing is dropping out of the race as well. So looks like we're gonna probably settle this on the second round. So that's great. Darcy Showing, again, is dropping out. She has opted not to say anything. So when you vote on your next ballot, do not include Darcy on as one of your candidates. You don't have to do anything. Just don't vote for Richard Holtorf, Darcy Showing, Jeremy Goodall, or Mark Morris.
Not too pink. We have some spoiled pinks.
Okay.
Um,
Ladies and gentlemen, all right, we're gonna move on. Voluntary time is up. That's it. If you have your cream colored ballot, please get it out. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have another candidate that wishes to volunteer. Let's quiet down, please, everyone. Quiet down. We have another candidate that wishes to drop out, Ryan Everett. So per the rules, he's allowed 30 seconds to speak.
Everybody, thank you so much for your time for coming in here. And I'm sorry that you had to sit through what you just sat through these last, 2 hours of your time. And I'm sad for that because it hurts the Republican Party as a whole. And I think we all know this right now. The thing that is gonna not attract people is infighting and bitterness. And why did Ryan come in late at the last second? I'll tell you why, because I don't need a knife in my back. I've had those thrown at me and they're fun when you throw them back, but it's not fun in real life when you do it inside the party. I am concerned right now that we do not have the ground game, and I am very concerned that we do not have the money. And that being said, because my trusted advisors, who I do trust, and they do actually have your best interests in mind, I am throwing my support behind Britta.
Ryan Everett has withdrawn from the race, and Mark Morris wishes to take his time.
It was an honor to stand up before you and share my thoughts. There are so many people here that I have great respect for, and I got to meet some awesome new people today, or at least new to me. 9 votes is not a lot, but to the extent that it might matter, I want to endorse Britta. Right? I also want to say one more thing. I have great interest in the young people in our party. And we got to learn a lot about Ryan, the young man that was up here just before me.
30 seconds.
Okay. Keep your eye on him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move into voting now. So the cream color, that's your ballot. They are ready to go here. I believe so. Is the teller committee ready to go? Give me a thumbs up. Cream, it's your cream color. Cream. Cream. Cream.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Hold on one second. 1 second. Who's, what's up? 1 second, everyone. This looks like that's the same. So white or cream. In this lighting, guys, it looks like cream to me. So if it's white, you know. This is not your amendments ballot. This is the chairman ballot. This is like a white cream color. That's what you're going to be voting for. And I want to remind everyone, Mark Morris, Darcy Showing, Jeremy Goodall, Kevin McCarney, Richard Holtorf, and Ryan Everett are no longer in the race. That brings us to 2. Lori Sane and Britta Horn are left. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we may commence with voting in person, and when the electronic ballot is ready, go ahead and disperse it. Wanted to make a motion to say something, and it's too late. We vote. I mean, as soon as this goes, I'll.
So that way we can get the ballot. So chair is already decided. I mean, we know. Well, no.
We don't know how. No. What I'm gonna do is get past this.
What are we doing?
Just. Michael Angley. Michael Angley, if you're here, please come find me. Michael Angley.
So these people we've got open ballot
We have open ballot boxes, so if you're in a line, you can shift over here and deposit your ballot. Michael Angley, we have your badge.
There's no waiting right over here. There's no waiting in line. Is anybody waiting in line or are we almost done? No waiting on the right side of the house. You're right. Okay.
If we have a line for votes, we got empty, or not empty, but places to go. We have a line over here, but has everyone that wanted to vote in person, have they deposited their ballot? And then 179 plus 3. All right. Last call for ballots. Has everyone voted in person who's wanting to vote? Okay, I don't see anyone running down the aisle here. Balloting is closed in person now. Balloting is closed online now. We have one in process. Now we're good. Online balloting is closed now. It's okay if I had one person stand. No, it's Stephen. That's fine. What the hell is the vice chair? Is this the vice chair? Really? You just repeat it. All right. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into vice chair speeches now. So if the vice chair candidates could make their way back in and the audience, if you could get settled, we're going to go do that. I just need to get my order. Okay, the order of vice chair is going to be Danielle Neuschwanger, Daniel Lee Fellon, and Hope Scheppelman. So make your way down here, Danielle Neuschwanger. My damn nominators. I don't know. Danielle Neuschwanger. We're going to go into candidate nominations. So if everyone could please make their way back to the auditorium and please be quiet, I'm going to allow nominations for vice chair. Like that in person? In person. Yeah. So I feel justified. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I really got to get moving here for time. So, Danielle Neuschwanger, you're up. And your nominator, as you previously told me, was Tara Menza. Okay. What do you want your nominator to do first? All right, our timekeeper has left the room, so we'll have the desk here. Hope or Gregory, if you guys can get 8 minutes queued up, and as soon as the nominators start speaking, that's when the time will go, and 8 minutes per candidate. So the chair recognizes Tara Menza for the purpose of a nomination.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Tara Menza, and I am a Boulder County Central Committee member, the immediate past chairwoman for the Boulder County Republicans. Our Republican Party is in crisis. I know because I live in Boulder County, the belly of the beast. I see every day what this state will become if we don't do today's elections right. The Democrats are using our infighting to their advantage, and we are allowing this to happen. Danielle Neuschwanger is a mom of 2 beautiful little boys. She's a wife. She's a Jesus lover. She's a grassroots, no nonsense, die-hard constitutional Republican. She is an incredibly hardworking, out-of-the-box problem solver with a clear strategy to make Republicans win in Colorado. Danielle is a force to be reckoned with, who can work with our new chair to bring our party together and help our state raise the much-needed funds so that we can get our Republican candidates elected. With Danielle Neuschwanger as vice chair, I know Colorado will start winning again. I nominate Danielle Neuschwanger for vice chair of the Colorado State Republican Party.
Tom Keenan, Mesa County. I would like to second that motion, the nomination. I witnessed Danielle at the governor's debates in Grand Junction a few years back, and a question came up on the Constitution. And what really impressed me is everybody stands for the Constitution. I'm part of a group that's part of our name, is standing for the Constitution. But she not only in the answer of that question addressed the issue to the amendment that was brought before the group, she also went beyond that to another amendment just beyond it that made significant difference. And being able to do that, not knowing that question was even coming up, impressed me that she knew the Constitution, not only what the line they read, but she knew beyond that point. The next was our group, numbering about 150 members at the time. She won over a majority of that group with the fire that she has. She's a mover, shaker, and makes things happen. And that's why I'm here to second Danielle Neuschwanger for vice chair.
Thank you, members of the SCC and delegates, for being here and also being on Zoom. The mission of the Colorado Republican Party is simple: to get candidates elected to office to fight the Democratic woke party outside these walls. It is not to push policy. It is not to use this as a stepping stone for your next political campaign. And it is not to step on the toes of our 64 counties. We are here to support our candidates who are elected, our elected officials, and to support our counties. Much like we meet together today in this room, our founding fathers met in a bar tavern. And much like us, they have fought each other. They butted heads. They didn't come to an easy agreement, but they met with the purpose and a mission to create America and persevere for freedom and integrity and justice. Today, we do the same. Grassroots founded the Declaration of Independence. Grassroots founded the Constitution. Grassroots founded America. Without grassroots, we don't exist today. Much like the Republican Party, our PCP is the most important foundation to our party. It is the most important piece to winning elections and our ground game. So my vision for the Republican Party is different than any other candidate. I believe that instead of having a chair, a vice chair, and a secretary, we should have 3 co-chairs, one for each section of our state that has clearly different messaging, our Eastern Plains, our Denver Metro, and our Western Slope. Additionally, those of a co-chair should be supported by 8 regional directors, 8 counties for each of them, so that we can increase our ground game, use the state party to share resources and help fund the party. Never before has the state party raised funds for our counties. We have left you isolated and alone. We need to help you win not only partisan races, but nonpartisan races. You want to talk about building your bench? This is what the Democrats do. They fund every metro board, library board, co-op, city council, and they win. And that is where they build their bench. We can do the same. Now, the value to this is that not only are we going to have increased fundraising, but we're going to have increased communication, and we're going to be able to work together as a team. Now, some of my competitors don't like the fact that I use sports analogies, but I'm a football mom, and so bear with me. A quarterback without a team is just a kid playing catch by himself. And every single person today showed up because you want to be on this team. Whether you were walking on or whether you were drafted, you showed up today because you believe in the mission of getting Republicans elected to office. You believe in America First values, and you are ready to take back our state. I don't want to just win the next game. I don't want to just make it to the playoffs. I want to win the Super Bowl. We have 2 candidates that's announced for governor, both Mark Baisley and Scott Bottoms. We have 18 months to make them household names so that when they get their ballot on the primary, we don't have to worry about unaffiliateds meddling in our races. We support our candidates from the day that they announce till the day that they win. So if you want to change how the Colorado Party works and you're ready to win and work as a team, I'm asking you to draft me as your next vice chair for the Colorado Republican Party. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless football.
The chair declares that Danielle Neuschwager has been properly nominated for the office of vice chair. The chair is now going to ask that Darrell Lee Felon come up with his supporters, and I will recognize Carl Anderson for the purposes of a nomination. Carl, when you start speaking, you got 8 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Anderson. I'm the chairman of the Teller County Republican Party and longtime advocate for bringing Colorado together and to make it a winning force here. We do have a tremendous opportunity in 26 to take the governor's office. Yes, Senator Baisley here is running, and we also have from Teller County Sheriff Jason Mikesell that'll be running. So for my county alone, I have 2 awesome candidates. We need a team in our state GOP that can communicate well to the SEC body here and to all the Republicans around the state to help get these people elected. I believe Darrell Lee Fallon, who I nominate, senior, to be that type of person. A little bit of background on Darrell. He is retired Army E7, Sergeant First Class. He was director of the Army on the east of the Mississippi. He's a franchise owner for McDonald's Corporation. So he not only deals with large corporations, but also employees and helping to bring everybody together to bring out a product and make money. So he's got experience on both sides of this table here. Now, I'd like to say, we got to get away from identity politics. We really do. You know, in one meeting alone, I've been called a grassroots activist and a rhino. You know, which one was it that night? I'm not sure. I got my friends over here in the rhino hats looking good, you know. But the reality is we are Americans. And we're Americans that support the Constitution and conservative values. That makes us Republicans. Let's be Republicans. Let's be one group, Americans for the United States of America, supporting candidates in the state of Colorado. Lee behind me, Mr. Felon, is a great communicator, and I think he'll make a great vice chair, and he'll help get out that message and help bring the party together. So with that, I nominate Mr. Felon.
I'm Dylan Munt. I am a bonus member from Douglas County, and I second this nomination. Now, I know we're all aware we have fallen far and we have fallen hard in Colorado, but the last election showed us that we can get back up and fight. Now, Mr. Felon here, he is someone who is capitalizing off of this. We saw a massive shift of youth like me to the right wing, and we have to capitalize on that. In Colorado, we're not matching the rest of the nation. We're still shifting to the right, but we have to match the rest of the nation and capitalize on this opportunity, which is why I support Felon for vice chair of the Colorado GOP.
Is there any questions?
Sorry about that. Problem being tall. Good evening, because we're pretty dang close to that. I'm Lee Phelan, and I accept this nomination for the vice chair for the Colorado GOP. And if elected, I will serve. Before I get into what I plan to do in this role, the first thing I'd like to do is thank Richard. Thank you, Richard, and the rest of the people that jumped into the chair race, gave their time, gave their effort, and ran a good race. And it was a good race. They had some bumps along the way, especially out in social media world. Hopefully we can fix that. I stepped up to lead my county 15 months ago, and I didn't inherit an office. I didn't get a handbook. I didn't even get a phone. I was handed a title and basically left to figure it out. There was no map. It was a broken machine. But like many of you, I didn't complain. I got to work. I built the infrastructure from scratch, found the right tools, got some good members on my team. One of them's here somewhere. Patty, where you at? There she is. So when you look at, I just saw how hard it is for counties across Colorado to function when the state party doesn't support them. Now multiply that experience by 64, and that's our reality. And that's why I'm running, because I know firsthand that it looks like when the state party leaves counties behind, and I know that we could do much better if we just work together. So let's be honest where we are. Colorado GOP is not winning statewide elections. And it's not because we lack good people. We have phenomenal grassroots leaders, principal candidates, and volunteers who give everything they got. The problem is structural. We lack coordination. We lack training. We lack reliable data. And too often, we just lack leadership that listens. If we don't fix that, we're just going to keep losing, no matter how right we are on the issues. There's a lot of stuff that I was going to cover, and it's really hard to cover 25 years of business, 44 years of leadership into, and my 18-page plan that I sent earlier in just less than 8 minutes that I have to cover it. But we need to start from the ground up, not from the top down. Our function starts at the precinct committee person. We need to make sure they have the tools, the database to be able to work, to register the people that are in their areas. So we know we're not wasting time and we're not wasting resources. We need the ability to communicate with each other. And trust me when I say, it's not on social media. We need to be able to have workspaces where we can work, where we can have honest dialogue with each other. And then when we make decisions, when we hear about unity, unity means then we move forward together. And that's what we need to do. We need to start working and moving together. Thank you.
Okay, Darrell Lee Fallon has been properly nominated and entered into the race for vice chairman. Next up is Hope Sheppelman. Hope will be nominated by, looks like, Representative Ken DeGraff. So every supporter, come on down. Yes,
You know it.
the widgets. All right, so again, the rules are as soon as the nominator starts speaking, then that's when the clock will start for 8 minutes. Okay. Floor is yours.
I just want to make sure everything. No, sir. I don't want to start the clock.
Good afternoon or good evening, Colorado. I'm Ken DeGraff, House District 22. Welcome to House District 22. This has been a great day. A lot of I'm a big fan of the conflict that we have in some of it, because when iron sharpens iron, sparks fly. If we just have iron shards tinkling in the breeze, that's just wind chimes. So I think we're doing good. We're exploring a lot of ideas, and we're vetting our candidates. And look at this crowd. I think that is fantastic. Well, sailing is easy when you have calm winds and favorable seas. And what I've been impressed with Hope is that she has successfully navigated the storm. Every time that I've called the GOP when I needed support for my campaign, I talked to Hope or talked to Darcy, and I got support immediately. I was very impressed with that. I was supported 100%, I can say. We have the values that united 3% of 13 loosely unaffiliated colonies to take on the greatest empire in the world at the time and win. And I think we can do that when we espouse those values, and I see those values in Hope every day, and that's why I support her and ask you to as well.
And good afternoon, everybody. My name is Raymond Garcia. I'm the chairman of the Colorado Hispanic Republicans. We're out there getting the 1.25 million Hispanics in Colorado to realize they are Republican. For those of you that know me, I'm not going to abstain here. And I want to second Hope Sheppelman as the vice chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am glad to see you again. I am also seconding Hope's nomination. I will just say that as a legislator, when you are debating hard bills and have committee hearings where no one shows up to either support or oppose based off of Republican principles, it can be a very lonely place. And when the majority tells you, see, we have it all worked out because nobody came in opposition, or they must obviously agree with us. It can be a hard argument to overcome. And so I appreciate the fact that Hope regularly testifies on bills in order to put forth Republican principles in our state legislature. I also appreciate the fact that she helps me to try to coordinate counties to come up to the Capitol to see how the process works, to engage with their legislators, to provide food, and to testify. Those are things that are very important for me as a legislator, and she has always been very quick to assist us so that we don't feel as lonely fighting on the front lines. I will also say that this particular leadership team did allow me to host a training to provide brass tacks information to candidates, to county chairs, to leaders, and there were only 30 people in attendance at that in-person all-day training, and they yet still support that particular endeavor. And so with that, I support Hope's nomination.
Hello, everybody. Hope Shuppleman, and I respectfully accept the nomination for vice chair. As some of you may not know me, I am actually from the Western Slope. I live in Bayfield, Colorado. I am a daughter, wife, Navy vet, nurse practitioner, and also I am honored to be and serve as your vice chair. We have fought alongside each other in this party, our state, and our nation. Together, we can and face challenges head on, define odds, and deliver real victories for Colorado Republicans. We have proven that the power of grassroots cannot be ignored. Throughout the restless efforts, we have broken the Democrat majority, flipped congressional seats, increased Republican voter registrations. We fought back against the corruption and mismanagement, ensuring that our Republican Party operates with integrity and transparency. We took the Democrats and fought for and defended President Trump on the ballot and reaffirmed the commitment of the American First Agenda. But I will not stop there. The battle is far from over. This is why I'm asking you for your vote as vice chair. We have eliminated fraud, waste, and abuse. We have lowered the cost for the county conventions and assemblies. We have led to fight against unconstitutional open primaries. We played a role in reinstating President Trump on the Colorado ballot. We have built stronger grassroots donors for the last 15 years, 2.4 million. We exposed election security fraud by Jenna Griswold. One thing I want to say as your vice chair, I have in the last 15 months traveled 57 of the 64 counties, speaking to leadership, holding people accountable. We have supported 226 candidates, as well as one thing that I did personally that I want to say to you all, and I think that this is something that we can invest in our precinct people, is I made 13,491 phone calls from December of 2023 and curing ballots. I am asking for your vote to continue on as your vice chair. Thank you so much.
Hope Sheppelman has been properly nominated for vice chair. We're going to hold off on actually voting on that because the teller committee will need to bring the ballot boxes out. And so with that, I'm going to try something and hopefully your cooperation is given so that we can get through stuff. But I'm going to pick one of the non-controversial amendments to discuss. And that would be Amendment 6. I'm the chairman and I'm going to Amendment 6. You can vote no if you don't like it. Amendment 6 is the Gregory Carlson amendment. I know you guys love Gregory over there. So before you get your feathers ruffled, let me say what Amendment 6 is, okay? Amendment 6 is to revamp how we do state assemblies with respect to delegates and alternates. So Gregory had come to me and talked about the need to try and help streamline or otherwise make the check-in process. You can come up, John, to make the process better with respect to how we manage delegates and alternates. And the solution that was provided was, why don't we simply just have delegates? And that way we don't have to worry about alternates having to be elevated and causing our time to be expanded while we're checking in and dealing with state assembly issues. So under this proposal, mainly, it's going to expand the number of delegates that would cover the otherwise allotted alternates. That's Amendment 6. I'm going to recognize John Fielding for the purpose of providing his committee report just on Amendment 6. Do that.
You mind if I put this down in there? Screwed on your space a little bit.
That's good. It keeps him from falling asleep.
Go ahead.
My name is John Fielding. For those of you who don't know, I am a bonus member from Douglas County. I have also been serving as the chairman of the State Party Bylaws Committee. I would like, at least initially, to thank the other members of my committee, Dan Brown and Brad Collins, and John Haggerty and Keith Maines. We have been doing a continuous amount of work on the various amendments in order to prepare them for submission to these meetings. With respect to amendment number 6, I am sure that we have noticed, that many of us have noticed, that the presence of alternates creates serious logistical problems for the state assemblies. One of the things that I have noticed is that there's a structural problem with these state assemblies because there are no medium-sized counties in Colorado. Most counties in Colorado are relatively small, but a few of them are not. And the problem with that disproportionate population is that it results in genuinely huge delegations from the larger counties. And the problem with alternates is that this can create credentialing snarls and errors within frequently those larger counties. And this can slow the process of these conventions down quite considerably. I remember one of the recent conventions where basically we had about a 2.5-hour delay while there were various people up on the podium discussing what to do in order to resolve a credentials snarl. In order to streamline it, the proposal has been made to increase the number of delegates and to at least allow for the dispensing with alternates. The Bylaws Committee has discussed this, and the Bylaws Committee recommends that the State Central Committee adopt this amendment. So with that, Mr. Chairman, my remarks.
Can you make the motion?
Accordingly, on behalf of the Bylaws Committee, I move that amendment number 6 be adopted. Sure.
Since the chairman of the Bylaws Committee made the motion, there is no need for a second. We are now in debate over Amendment 6. And if there are any questions, I can certainly answer them as well, or of course, John Fielding. So if you're against, you're over here. If you're for, you're right here. So we'll go with 4 and then alternate. Go ahead.
Yeah, Fred Clifford, bonus member from Jefferson County. And doing credentialing at county assemblies, state assemblies, congressional district assemblies, it's always a headache trying to elevate the alternates. And I agree, let's just make them all delegates. It's so much smoother and it gives more people a chance to vote. So I wholeheartedly support this amendment. Thank you.
And just to be clear, and it's been a while since I actually looked at this one, but this would only apply to the state assembly. So if you all had alternates that you wanted to still keep within your counties or respective districts, you can do that. This would only apply to the state assembly. And again, there would be a corresponding increase for the delegates for the alternates that would be converted to the delegate slot. Go ahead, sir.
Bradley Barker, Mesa County, bonus member. Seeing that we do have ballot boxes and things to do and it's getting late, I move that we postpone all bylaw amendments indefinitely.
One second.
He's basically moving to kill
them
and they
Sure.
be brought.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is a proper motion to postpone. Uh, if you guys don't want to debate this motion, that's fine. It's up to you. So debate is still open. There's 26 minutes debate time now on not only laying this over, but also all the other bylaws. So you have to come to the microphone. You can't yell from your seat. You guys are adults. You know how this works, okay? Are you in favor of the motion to postpone everything? Was that what you wanted to talk about?
I am in favor of the motion to postpone so that we can let our House and Senate districts also get on with their business.
Okay. Are you for or against?
For the motion to postpone.
Okay, come over here. Okay.
Peter Bodie, Jefferson County. I just have a question just to clarify. How many amendments are we talking about we might be going through
This
today?
was probably the only one we were actually going to get to. But if this body does not want to actually solve the state assembly problem with credentialing, it's all
Well,
new.
That you didn't answer my question. How many were there?
There were 7 total, but this is probably the only one we would vote on.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
So I think this is the right thing to do. I don't think any of these amendments should be in this forum right now. We're here to elect new leadership. That's the primary task. And I pivot back to, Mr. Chair, that oftentimes we forget what our primary mission is, just in the state party, to elect statewide candidates so the Democrats don't have the majority or supermajority. We have to focus on the mission. So please, let's take this up at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair. I called a question.
Yes.
All right. I assume there's a second, so everyone settle down, settle down. All in favor of ending debate on the current motion that's on the floor, please rise. This is the motion to end debate. Okay. Okay. You may be seated. Just so you know, I can't call it right now. I have to actually let people oppose it. I know this side over here is getting antsy, so I just want to settle down. All opposed, please rise. Okay, the chairman's not in doubt. Debate has ended. The motion on the floor is to postpone the rest of the bylaws and have them decided at a later time. And that will be up to whoever the new administration is. So all in favor, please rise. The question was to postpone all of the amendments for a later time. Which would mean that this amendment, along with the others, would be laid over and not considered now. Okay, please be seated. If you're opposed, please stand and please hurry. This side's getting antsy. Okay, please be seated. That motion passes and we will go ahead and move on. Okay, we will go ahead and move into, we're going to take a brief recess so I can get the teller committee back out here so we can do a vote for the vice chair, okay? So we're in recess. Let me get the teller committee. All right.
As the sponsor, allowed to make a motion that we vote on that singular amendment to the bylaws. With the statement, that this has been tabled for a year. So I thought, and I think it was your bank, but I could take a moment for the grants and call everybody out there. If you wish to, but considering that we were. I don't give a shit. My career is over anyways, now the credit's over. I know. Of what? No, not here. I don't know, Dick Gregory. I don't either. I think it's the heart, oh. Gave the report to Cody. Did you just now text me? I gave the report to Cody, but I have it right here. Yes. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Do you not have the report that I gave to Cody? It should have been taken back from the summer. It was, well, I can write it down. Okay, hang on. Anytime. I'm trying to get this flow. Okay, he's gonna talk. Yeah, you wanna go get her. Oh, yeah. It's okay. How's it going in there? I can imagine. Everybody's being so wishy-washy. Really? Yeah, I think she is. So it's just her and maybe.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when the teller committee gives me the thumbs up, I'm gonna go ahead and start doing the vice chair count. So everyone, please settle down. Settle down. We're gonna get into the vote and then I'll. It's up to their body, so. You could if you wanted to. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, teller committee, why don't you go ahead and give me a thumbs up and I'm gonna get the ballot out. This is for vice chair. And we'll do blue. We'll do blue, okay? Blue skies. All right? Okay, so the teller committee, I think the normal protocol is for you guys to vote first. Is that right? Okay. Teller committee will do blue ballots. You guys vote first, and when you're ready, give me a thumbs up, okay? Teller committee vote first. Blue, as I've said, blue for vice chair. No one has dropped out of this one. So it's still same three candidates. So tallied as a tie vote between both candidates. So is Carol Riggenbach around? Carol Riggenbach. Here's Carol right here. So Carol is coming right here. There's Dave Peters. I am not technically your chair, but if you want to gavel in. Who do you want?
Thank you. Sorry. So as the chairman pro tem of the 3rd Congressional District, I hereby call this meeting back into order and reconvening for the process of flipping a coin to determine who the State Executive Committee representative is to the 3rd Congressional District. The coin toss will be between Carol Riggenbach out of Rio Grande County and Dave Peters out of La Plata County. We are just trying to locate a coin. I know, it's this day and age. We could flip an ATM card. Look, Marcy's got a challenge coin. Oh, look, we've got Ty Winner's challenge coin.
We have the parliamentarian flipping it.
All right, so they've located a quarter. So now I've got somebody's challenge coin. Thanks. All right, so it's a regular quarter, heads, tails. It's been verified. Is it verified by both candidates?
Thank you.
Okay. Who's calling it in the air, guys?
Way it is. Who's gonna?
Well, they need agreement on who's going to be.
Who's going to be what? Tails. Carol Riggenbach calls tails, coins flipped. I can't see that. Getting old and it's dark. Heads it is. Dave Peters. Thank you, Carol. Congratulations, Dave. All right. So at this point, can I just adjourn? I don't need a motion. Okay, so parliamentarian Matt Sover has moved to adjourn. Chairman adjourns the meeting. Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for accommodating Congressional District 3 in their coin flip. 1 second, I need to ask my parliamentarian a question. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and move into the secretary speeches. But before I do that, I'm gonna read the results for the chair race. Okay. And then once I read the results of the chair race, we'll go ahead and do speeches on secretary. And then once we do speeches on secretary, we'll see if our teller committee is in a position to collect ballots. If they're not in a position to collect ballots, then what I'll probably do is give us a recess just to see where they're at. And if they're quick enough, we'll go ahead and do a vote where we'll collect those ballots. And then we'll release everyone to do their multi-county districts that are outstanding. Does that sound like a plan? The rowdy crowd okay with that? Okay. All right. For chairman race, this is the second teller committee report. So there were 435 ballots cast. In order to win a majority, we have calculated 218. For Lori Sane, Lori got a total of 203 votes. Britta Horn got 232. The chair declares if her supporters will let me, the chair declares that Britta Horn has been elected to the office of chair. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in order to get time settled, or rather not settled, but be efficient with our time, we're going to move in to secretary positions. Right now, the chair will recognize, let me get my order here. Bear with me. Okay, the chair will recognize Greg Cooper for the purpose of a speech and a nomination. And the chair recognizes Tony Martinez.
8 minutes, sir. 8 minutes. Very good. Hi, happy Sunday, everybody. Wait, not quite yet. We're almost there. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. My name is Tony Martinez. I'm the former chair of Eagle County, current second vice chair, and vice chair of HD 26. And I'm here today to nominate a great individual, Greg Cooper. Many of you probably haven't heard of Greg very much. Greg is a somewhat of an unassuming character, if you will. But what's most important is you haven't seen him on any of your tweets or social media or text messages of controversy this and he did that, he did whatever, nor has he called anybody out for anything. It's just not who Greg is. Greg has been a part of the Eagle County Executive Committee now for just over 2 years. He was elected again as a second term vice chair as well. And Greg has been part of the Eagle County's march to kind of repair our party in Eagle County. We had some turbulent times a few years ago, and Greg has been part of that to get us through this. He's got a great idea for messaging. He's going to talk a little bit about that here in a minute. And most importantly, the secretary position isn't one of being out there and being the face of the party necessarily. The secretary position is a position of great responsibility when it comes to helping new chairs. I was a new chair once and I drank from the fire hose. I can relate to some of the challenges our friends and members in Broomfield County have had. And so understanding what's a bonus member, who gets a vote, where do you find the information, how do you get the information? And I think Greg is the right individual to help bring those challenges forward and to help put those challenges behind us as well. So with that, I'd like to introduce my great friend, Greg Cooper.
Okay, thank you very much. Tony, you've been a very dear friend. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, my name is Greg Cooper. I am a fourth generation Coloradan. That's it. This is our land, right? This is our land. I left for a while. Let me back up. I've got like a high school joke, but I actually don't want to tell you where I went to high school, to try and bring it home because I actually want to get elected. So, but this has been my life, right? And my family's here, and I won't get too far into it, but we have roots in Chaffee County, and my father's home in Evergreen, and and I'm up in the Vail region. So this is, we live okay up there. I retired about 2 years ago. The last 9 years of my work were in Saudi Arabia. I worked on the Saudi Arabia 2030 plan. This is diversification away from oil and creation of industries. Diversification creates jobs, this kind of thinking. So my story is no different than anyone else, right? We all see what we have seen in the Republican Party in Colorado. I've been back for 2 years and I have observed this. And I'm actually here, please. I'm actually here, please, to just sell you an idea. Like, I just want to sell you an idea, and that's it. And I will come to that in 1 second. So very quickly, as was just said, I am on the Eagle County Central Committee. I sit on the Eagle County, what is that? The DAC, the District Advisory and Accountability Committee. And this goes back to the role of getting involved in government at very micro levels to help influence and change policy. I am also on the board of a hospital and a bank down in Houston, and that's less important, but also I serve on the Town of Avon Downtown Development Authority. What am I doing there with my time? I am explaining things, and I am translating our message, which is pure. It is deep, right? Our message has strong root, but it helps if we are talking to people that are just elsewhere, right? But to translate this message to them and speak to them in a way that they can understand. Now, in Eagle County, our schools, these guys, they love big government up there. They love it. So our school district has invested in land to try and solve their housing problem and hire teachers. If you look at the Eagle County School District, it's $45,000 a student, and most of that money is going into land ownership. What business is that good? But if you take the time to explain to teachers, by the way, if we start exiting this business, there's money this year to give you the raises that you want to get. Suddenly the light bulbs go off, right? You can translate our message to where we want to go. So here are a few examples for you. I'm sorry to keep looking at my phone. Sorry, I apologize. I've lost my place here. When we want to explain the message, it's very easy to be angry, right? And we are angry. We look at some of these guys and we don't understand. Our newspaper is called the Vale Daily. If you want to see a blue newspaper, that's it. They just don't understand. So, okay, let's translate some things for them and kind of help them out. And how do we do that? And what do I propose as we get into the secretarial role? Let's pick just a few key messages that we can get there. So, affordable home ownership, grow up with wealth, end the poverty cycle. These are messages that they suddenly begin to understand. This is something that I put in my campaign when I ran for Eagle County Commissioner last fall. How's I-70 treating you? Yeah. Where we live, it's closed all the time. And to be honest, we actually like that because then people don't come ski, but that's not the point. How's your utility bills? A lot of homelessness, right? How about this guy? Maybe we need a long-term plan. Paulus, I don't know. He's kind of a let him eat cake kind of guy, right? These are the messages that we put out there. You put it in a very gentle, kind, polite manner. And this is how I have spent my time communicating our red, deep red message to the public. Okay, thank you. So, what do I want to talk about for the secretary role? My goal is as I kind of tried to start out at the very beginning, I see what we all see. We all see what we all see. If I am the secretary, my goal is to help everyone. I will help everyone. I will help everyone who needs any question answered, and I will just be available. And that's how it should be done. So that means things like transparency, the one tent concept, weekly send outs of activities around the state, a lot of messaging, and just a continued approach to just be there and just call me for anything. I retired a couple years ago. I'm probably a little more bored than I should be. So this is the goal, is just to kind of help out and start to take our party to the front range. Everything that we all want to do, and we all want this state to be red. We all have the same goals in mind. So this is my goal here. And I want to thank you very much for listening. And I'll just stop and say, the wind is at our back. So let's do it. Thank you for your time. My name is Greg Cooper. Thank you.
Greg Cooper has been properly nominated and entered into the secretary position. The next person is Russ Andrews. So Russ, and it looks like Michelle Gray will be doing the nomination. So come on up. You have 8 minutes collectively. Or Al, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
8 minutes when you start talking.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Alice Bumgarner. I'm the proud chairwoman of the Mesa County Republican Party. I'm proud to nominate Russ Andrews of Garfield County for the State Secretary of the Colorado Republican State Central Committee. The secretary's role is critical. It's not just administrative. It requires someone who can accurately record and maintain minutes, prepare delegate roles, and handle official communications in accordance with Section 5B3 of our bylaws. It is the backbone of a well-organized, effective party. Russ is a successful businessman with decades of experience in organization, financial accountability, and a clear communication. He understands the responsibility this role carries and is more than prepared to take it on. Most importantly, Russ is a principled conservative who is committed to unity, transparency, and results. He's the right person at the right time. I'm honored to nominate Russ Andrews for the State Party Secretary.
My name is Michelle Gray, and I am the chair of the Pueblo County Republican Party. I rise to second the nomination of Russ Andrews for Secretary of the Colorado GOP. Russ is a tireless worker whom I met when he ran for Congress in District 3. Russ's vision for the Secretary office is to dramatically increase fundraising and party membership. Russ has been a financial advisor for 38 years and is an excellent steward of other people's money, which is necessary in fundraising. Russ has plans to reach out to Latinos, Christians, gun owners, and every person who signed a Republican petition last year, but were disqualified by Jenna Griswold because they were unaffiliated. Please join me in voting for Russ Andrews for Secretary.
I'm Britta Horn. I just want to say, I second the second. I really appreciate Russ Andrews. Love everything that he's been able to do, actually in the Western Slope. I love his businessmanship. And what I haven't heard yet, but I know about him, we need transparency. So please support Russ.
Everybody having fun today? I am. First off, I would really like to thank those people who nominated me, and I humbly and proudly accept the nomination for Secretary of the State Party. Secondly, I would like to thank Dave Williams, Hope Scheppelman, and especially Anna Ferguson for their service over what has been an arduous 2 years. So, folks, while we've been busy shooting each other in a circular firing squad for the last 5 or 6 years, we've taken our eyes off the goal. The goal is to win elections. And to use Danielle Neuschwanger's analogy, we are like a great football team. We're awesome at blocking and tackling. The problem is when we take the field, we block and tackle each other. That has to end. We need to understand that Dave Williams and Anna and Hope, they're not our enemies. Likewise, those people that are so glibly labeled rhinos, like my good friend and Congressman Jeff Hurd, Lauren Boebert, Senator Kirkmeyer, they're not our enemies. Let me tell you what and who our enemies are. Our enemies are socialism and Marxism. Our enemies are Jared Polis and Jenna F. Griswold. That's right. Our enemies are the lunatics that are running our legislature, our state legislature. Our enemies are Chuckle Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and crazy Bernie Sanders and AOC. Let me tell you who else our enemies are. That smug little cream puff from California, Adam Schiff, and his governor, Greasy G, and the toilet bugs that were protesting outside our banquet last night. Those are our enemies. We need to focus on them and stop our infighting and our bickering. Otherwise, we're not going to go anywhere. So yeah, I am running for state party secretary. I think Anna's done a great job with the Anna Ferguson, that is, with the perfunctory stuff that needs to be done. But I envision dramatically increasing, expanding the role of the secretary to get back to blocking and tackling. The blocking in our game is fundraising. I've been a financial advisor for 38 years. I've managed hundreds of millions of dollars of other people's money, and I have shown that I'm a good steward of that money. I think that stewardship is something that we need to be able to showcase in order to be effective, especially for large dollar donors. Secondly, tackling is membership. Our membership has actually declined a little bit in the last 2 years. And Anna would say that it's gone up, whatever. We're kind of dead in the water. I want to focus on 4 groups: Latinos and Christians, gun owners, and the 34,000 plus people who were disqualified last year who signed Republican petitions. So Latinos and Christians, they have the same values we do. They worship God. They love our country. They cherish and protect their families. They loathe high taxes and regulations. And nobody, well, none of us anyway, want this intrusive government in our lives. So Latinos are Republicans. They just need to be told by someone. And I have an idea on how. But with the Latinos, Donald Trump lost the Latino vote by a mere 14 points. Here in Colorado last year, we lost it by 34 points. Christians, 32 million Christians, a staggering 32 million Christians did not vote last year in the November 5th election. 70% of registered Protestants vote Republican. And I've had so many Christians come up to me and tell me, God will take care of it. I don't need to vote. Well, I beg to differ with that. We are in such a deep, dark hole, and God gave us the tool, the shovel to dig our way out of the hole. But I think God wants us to do the digging, and the digging is voting. So, and then finally, gun owners. 10 million gun owners didn't vote in last year's election. And 61% of Republican households own firearms, only about 30% of Democrats. So these are three groups that are naturally Republicans. We have to explain it to them. When I ran for Congress last year and I got slaughtered by my buddy Jeff Hurd, I immediately started making speeches for Jeff. I did. I got slaughtered. Immediately started making speeches for Jeff, but I also jumped on the campaign staffs of two county commissioners, Perry Will, if you know Perry, and Mike Sampson. And we combined our efforts and had some barbecues where we pointed, we tried to solicit Latinos to come out, and they were super successful. I want to bring that model to all three of these groups, Latinos, Christians, and gun owners. With Latinos, let's have Latin American food in public parks with Latin American music. With Christians, let's go to churches and have Sunday chicken barbecues. With gun owners, let's go to shooting ranges and cook hot dogs and hamburgers for them. Finally, the last group, 34,000 plus people who signed Republican petitions last year got bounced by Jenna F. Griswold. I watched this because I was the only Republican in the state last year who both petitioned onto the ballot and went through the state assembly. So I watched, she DQ'd 34,000 petitions of people who think that they're Republicans, but in actuality, they're registered unaffiliated. We need to drip on those people quarterly, telling them that they are Republicans and how to sign up. So finally, this is something I live by. I think about it all day, every day. I think about it 8 or 10 times a day. Ronald Reagan's 80-20 rule. And we need to start embracing that as a party. If you agree with 80% of my values, you're my friend and you're my ally. You're not my 20% enemy. I respectfully ask for your vote, and I would humbly love it. Oh, one last thing. I hope you all remember me on April 23rd, because that's National Secretary's Day.
Russ Andrews and his extra 20 seconds are properly entered into nomination for the office of secretary. Next up, we have Nicole Britton. Nicole Britton, are you still here? Here we are. Okay, Tara Menza again. Okay. Chair will recognize Tara for the purpose of a nomination for Nicole Britton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Tara Menza, Boulder County Central Committee member, immediate past chairwoman. Nicole Britton is a Colorado native whose passion is to make Colorado Republicans win. She's a political content creator for the MAGA movement, a strong patriot, mother, and small business owner of holistic medicine. I nominate Nicole Britton for Secretary of the Colorado State GOP.
I'm Danielle Neuschwanger, and I second that nomination. Nicole is passionate about meeting youth where they're at, in social media platforms, chat rooms, high schools, and colleges. She knows what it takes to bring our youth back to the party and help inspire them to get involved. She's been doing it for years. We cannot win elections without social media, and she understands the day-to-day entities on algorithms and AI and how we can win. I am proud and humbled to support my friend Nicole for the Secretary of the Colorado GOP.
I am Nicole Britton, and I accept the nomination. I'm going to be a little bit of a nerd and read from my book or my phone because
I don't do this very often. Okay. I'm excited to stand before you today. Earlier, you guys were asked who voted for Donald Trump. I want to ask you guys, how many of you guys want to make MAGA in Colorado? I know I do. I know I do. Our president has laid out a bold and beautiful blueprint for us, the path of prosperity, strength, and unity. But it is up to us to seize it. We must raise above the division, the infighting, the hesitation. The future of the Colorado GOP depends on it. I know many of you don't know me, and that's okay. I've been busy fighting for our president, for America, for our values that we all hold dear. I believe the Republican Party in Colorado has the potential to not just grow numbers, but become a financial and a political powerhouse. President Trump is setting the table for all Americans and organizations to succeed. The technological revolution he is unleashing will do exactly what he promised, make America great again. So why aren't we following his blueprint for success? That's exactly what I intend to do. My goal, my hope, and my plans are clear. To make Colorado great again, to make the Colorado GOP financial and politically a superpower, to help Republicans not just win elections, but become pillars and a strength in the community across the state. Today, we can build a party that doesn't just compete, but dominates. A party that isn't just heard, but leads. A party that stands tall, united, and unstoppable. And I think we can't do it. And I think that, and if you think we can't do it, just remember, Moses had stage fright. David took a rock to a water fight. It took 12 outsiders nobody would have thought to change the world. Nobody else would have chosen to change the world. Yeah. God doesn't call the qualified. He qualifies the call. Thank you. And I hope that you guys nominate me. I'm not a professional. This is something that I'm passionate about helping you, helping your kids, helping our health, and helping our state. That is my number one goal, to elect people to get us financially free. The GOP is in a financial bind, and there are ways for us to get out of this financial bind. We have to follow his blueprint. He's laying it out for us. So I appreciate you guys, and thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the chair recognizes that Nicole Britton has been properly nominated for the office of secretary. This next part, folks, Stephanie Luck came up here earlier and talked about the need to be real and talk amongst another and develop relationships. And a part of that is being very honest about where our situation is. And you'll indulge me, it's fallen upon me to explain that Anna Ferguson will be withdrawing her name from that's not a good thing to clap about, especially if you guys want unity. I mean, if you guys want unity, then let's take this moment to be somber about this. Anna Ferguson would have normally been afforded 30 seconds to say her piece, but she chose not to and asked me to say something instead. And since I'm still chairman, I'm going to say it because it needs to be said. Anna felt that she was not in a position to necessarily work with the new elected chairwoman, given the history that had gone on, where she was personally sued. Anna was personally sued by the newly elected chair. And then, of course, everything's ensued. We don't necessarily have to litigate that, but there is certainly a breakdown that just cannot be worked out at this time. As such, As such, she will be withdrawing her name from consideration, but I would, and I can talk about this more later, and in fact, I will. If those who are serious about unity, it probably makes sense that you respect not only that decision, but maybe your childish comments should stop ceasing. If you really want unity, if you really want unity, then what I would recommend is that we actually practice what we preach at this point. And all of you should actually be quite sad that a fully capable person who is immensely qualified for this job is choosing to not want to serve given the circumstances that we have. And that is not something to celebrate. So with that, I'm going to see if we can get the teller committee in place so that we can move on to voting for the office of secretary. So the chair will stand at ease for a brief moment. We will do let's do the green ballots. Okay? Green ballot. And remember that Anna Ferguson has bowed out. So if you vote for Anna, that will be a spoiled ballot. Your remaining candidates are Nicole Britton, Russ Andrews, and Greg Cooper. So what we're going to do first, like last time, we're going to allow the teller committee to deposit their ballots first. You're all welcome to line up. But until I get the go-ahead from the teller team, just stand at the ready. Read. Does that count? Yes, you didn't win. I keep losing my wallet. Oh, me too. I got that 5 or 6 times. That's all right. When the teller committee stations are ready, you can start voting. Online voting, go ahead for secretary. No, yeah. Nice.
My packet, I didn't get it.
Can you reset? Yeah. I don't know this thing.
Can I take it?
Dating in my head.
Well, that's not.
Sort of. Ask the body to hurt. It's not today. I don't know. This is cheating. Don't let Harvey get away with it. I just steal the bingo game.
So I would.
No, that might slip, but I'm not thinking. There is.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I mean, I think something else.
Hi, how are you? Good. Yes, Nikki, yes.
If I have time. If I have time.
Yeah, oh, okay. Well, if you have.
Has everyone voted in person who wants to vote? Has everyone voted in person who wants to vote? Okay, last call for in-person voting. Everyone's voted who wants to vote in person? All right, I'm not seeing anyone run down. Teller committee, you can stop in-person voting and take the ballots back to the teller committee room. And we'll keep online voting up for a second, just to make sure we're squared away. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. We're still working out some issues online. So just bear with us. We're almost complete with the online component. Wanted to make a quick announcement about food that she and her donors are providing. There will be time a little later for a more formal sort of acceptance victory speech. But right now, she just wanted to make an announcement about food.
Thank you, everybody. So I had a donor, Jerry Natividad. He's so happy with how things are turning out, that there are 2 stacks of pizza from the floor over there at that exit door right over there. Go grab a slice of pizza because he thinks we're going to be here a little bit longer. So we wanted to make sure everyone had food. So thank Jerry Natividad.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give the results for vice chair. Don't get too excited because we don't have a final outcome. So settle down. Let me give the results and I'll tell you how we're going to proceed forward. For the election of vice chair, 420, everyone. If you wish to speak outside, by all means, go ahead, do so, but let's get through this. The results for vice chair are as follows. There were 424 ballots cast and no spoiled ballots this time. And the majority needed to win was 213. Danielle Neuschwanger received 26 votes. Daryl Lee Felon received 203 votes. And Hope Scheppelman received 195 votes. So we are going to have to do a revote, but as you can see, we don't have the teller committee ready to go for that. So what the chairman is going to do is we're going to allow Kevin Lundberg to give a brief announcement. Brief, and I mean very brief because we're running on time here. And then I'm going to break for recess so that multi-county districts can go ahead and get their business done. And Eric Grossman, if you're around. Okay. He's going to tell you more specifics about that, okay? So first Kevin and then Eric.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. As the chairman of the lawsuit committee, I want to give you a report on what we've been doing thus far. As if you might recall, in September of 21, this body passed a resolution, essentially unanimous, I'm told, that said to pursue challenging the semi-open primary here in Colorado in federal court. In July of 23, we filed that case. We've been working diligently on it ever since. We're actually, depositions were held about a month ago. The next step is the actual trial. Well, there's the possibility of a summary judgment from the judge, and then the probability of almost certainty of then appealing it, that decision, because if we win, they will. If we lose, we will. But
Here's my point. We need to stay the course. We are a good long distance down a road that we are assured we have every legal right to challenge the state policy that forces us to accept primary votes from the unaffiliated voters, and that's just twice as many Republicans as, or twice as many than the Republicans that get ballots for the primaries. So I'm sure you're convinced of that. But we're at a critical stage of continuing on, and we've been raising funds. I want to thank many of you who have helped us this far. We've got to continue this direction. And for those who say, oh, that's a great idea, we ought to do that sometime, I'm sorry, we've done it. We've pulled the trigger. We've been at it for 4 years now. And we need to continue to stay the course. I'm going to challenge each one of you to kick in a few bucks to the lawsuit. Go to the website. We've got all the information up there to either contribute directly to the state party or to Claremont Institute that has a fund for us that they've been great on participating with us on this. But it's an important point to note. And I encourage the new administration, whomever we end up totally, that we've got to stay the course and we've got to support this aggressively and actively, not just for here in Colorado, but for the very principle for this nation that political parties pick their own candidates. And that needs to stay here. Thank you. I appreciate this time. I hope that we stay the course. We've got to do that. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to break us for recess because we're not in a position to collect a secondary ballot for vice chair. So I'm going to hand it over to Eric Grossman, and I'm going to wing it here and say about half an hour, get back in here and try to do your multi-county districts as best you can. You're also empowered to have to do this at another time. It may not be ideal, but you can also do that as well. So go ahead, Eric.
Are we going to reconvene after the multi-counties have come through? Yeah, come back. Okay.
Come back after your multi-county districts. Come back in here because we got to take care of a vice chair vote. So Eric will give you details.
Okay, everybody. As expected, this meeting went long, even though we trimmed the amendment votes, et cetera. So, which is why we were never able to say, what time is the meeting going to be? We didn't know. So the HD 47 meeting is up in the Alpine room. That's Jerry. HD 56 is in Summit. SD 35 is going to stay in Summit after that, since the credentialing follows that. CD2 is up in the cabin room. Rescue, and I'll say this again in a minute, rescue room is Senate District 8, and HD 18 is up in the power room. So the building is actually not very complicated. There's a big room here that you're in for this auditorium. There's basically an identical sized building next door to us here. When you first came in the front door, there's another staircase. There's also an elevator next to the coffee shop. Both of those will take you up to the second floor to these rooms I just gave you. So again, all these multi-districts are going to be held in the identical building size next door to us, but you get there by taking the staircase and the elevator that's just past for where you walked in. There are a couple of districts that are electing to, because of the late hour and it's snowing in the mountains, they're going to leave. So there is a procedural maneuver for some of you, if you choose to do so, where you can call your meeting to order and then recess at another time to finish your business back locally. If you and your multi-district want to do that, you have an opportunity to do so. If I didn't list your numbered here, a district for a room, come see me up here and we'll facilitate that. But let me go through these room numbers and districts again for ones that have been already set. CD2 is going to meet in the cabin room, second door next door. Senate District 35 is going to meet in the Summit room next door. HD 56 is going to be in the same room and they're going to go first. HD 56 and Senate District 35 is going to go after. In the Alpine room, HD 47 is over there as well. The rescue room is Senate District 8. HD 18 is in the power room on the second floor. Now, if you don't know which room that is, obviously there's a little sign on the door, but it's not very big. That second floor does a loop. So if you just follow the loop, you will find your fellow patriots in whatever room that is that you're going to be meeting in. And again, if I didn't call your district meeting, come see me up here and we'll facilitate that. Any questions? All right, CD7, if you would meet Gregory Carlson down here, you're going to walk over and grab one of those rooms. CD7, come meet Gregory Carlson down here. You can walk out the front next to the coffee shop. There's a staircase or an elevator right above that. HD 49 is going to elect to recess and have their meeting at another time. So if you're in HD 49, just know that the officers will be reaching out to you for your next date. All right, Senate District 12, you're going to join HD 18 in the power room. It's on the second floor. Senate District 12, HD 18, same room, power room, second floor. All right, a couple more. Those in the San Luis Valley, HD 62 and JD 12 are going to meet right over here in the auditorium. See the gentleman here, that's Gary, and they're going to meet right over here. That's HD 62 and JD 12.
Thank you.
That's all we need. Okay, members, if it wasn't clear, while these multi-county districts are electing new leadership, Douglas County. Thank you, Douglas County. You're getting rowdy like Weld. While they're doing that, we'll be back here in roughly a half an hour, so about 5:40-ish. $30 originally. Just 5:45, okay?
chaos of having to move venues multiple times. The fact that they hosted this event today has been quite a blessing. So make sure you thank them on your way out the door. Right now, if there's a few of you that have some free time, 8 to 10 of you, if you could meet Pastor Rashad right back here at the doors. We've got some tables and some stuff to move. And if we can meet him over there, he'll have a crew that'll maybe start getting ahead of the game so that once we wrap for the day, it'll just go a little faster. 8 to 10 of you, if you got a few minutes of your time. Pastor Rashad is right back there on the right side waving his arm. He's a beautiful man. He's got a smile on his face all the time. Please help him out. Thank you.
We're house into the room. And CD2, they graciously broke their meeting so that they could come back in here and vote on the vice chair ballot. Once we're done voting in person for the vice chairman ballot, they will go back into their meeting for CD2, and presumably House District 56 will do the same. We're hoping. So just bear with us. We're working out those last few logistics. Then okay, can the teller committee get into place? 56 is graciously coming back to the room, so we want to get this going. So teller committee, go ahead and get in place. Danielle Neuschwanger, you're welcome to come up. Danielle is wanting to voluntarily withdraw on the vice chair ballot. So we're going to give her the 30 seconds per the rules to say what she wants to say. So if everyone could settle down and bring the conversations down so that we can give Danielle the courtesy of saying what she wants to say. Danielle, the floor.
Thank you all for having me today. And I want to start by saying to all of the candidates, thank you for stepping up and running. It's not easy to be a candidate, and especially in the environment that we were campaigning. You know, there was a lot of things going on. And so I just want to take a moment to ask everyone to give every candidate here a round of applause. Hope, thank you for the job that you've done for the last 2 years. We appreciate you. And as we look forward to the new era of the Republican Party, I am thrilled to congratulate Britta on your victory for chair. And at this time, I'd like to ask that you support Daryl Felon for vice chair.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so what we're going to do right now, and if it wasn't clear, we're out of recess, we're back in here. And I'm going to go ahead, just to get it out of the way, announce the secretary results before we vote, and that gives the teller committee enough time to get set up. So for secretary, and this is good news, the first and only round that we have to worry about is 355 votes were cast, and the majority needed to win was 179. There were no spoiled ballots, by the way. So Anna Ferguson had withdrawn, so there were no votes there. Nicole Britton had received 41 votes. Greg Cooper had received 46 votes, and Russ Andrews received 264 votes. So the chair declares that Russ Andrews has been elected to the position of secretary. Okay. Yeah, I will. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we only have one more round of balloting for vice chair. Just a reminder, we're going to be voting on Daryl Lee Felon and Hope Sheppelman. And I'm going to go ahead and pick a color. One second. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do the yellow ballot. Maybe a little orange. Whatever it is, this one. We're going to do this one. You may mark your ballot for the candidate you prefer, but don't deposit the ballots yet. I think there's a question that I need to address before we move forward. So you can mark your ballot. It's going to be this goldish yellow one. And when the teller committee gives me a thumbs up, I'll go ahead and release people. 1 second. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we had a request for what the first round ballots were for vice chair. Just a repeat of it. Hope Sheppelman received 195 votes. Darrell Fellon received 203 votes, and Danielle Neuschwanger received 26 votes. So those were the results of the first round. We're now doing this last round of balloting, and I keep getting more questions. No. I'm sorry, everyone's lined up. That's just the way it is. Okay. All right, so the teller committee, are you?
The light's really bad, so these two and the other one look the same color, just say goldenrod.
Goldenrod is the technical color. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a dude. I don't really care about the palette of colors. Goldenrod, okay? This one right here, goldenrod. All right. And then one more question I think we have. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, teller committee looks like they're ready to go. So go ahead and vote. We'll open in-person voting. This is the last round for online. Let's go ahead and send the ballot. Now let's rock and roll, okay? And then 1 second. If you're in HD 56 or you're in Congressional District 2, after you're done voting in person, you can go back to your meeting rooms and conclude your business there. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a request for Senate District 35 to hold their meeting in here. So upon the conclusion of any of the other multi-county districts and when we're done voting in this room, we'll go ahead and allow the Senate District 35 to meet in here.
Let me put my name on it too.
You want me to initial it too?
Yeah.
Yeah, one.
We have some empty lines over here. You guys, if you want to shift over this way, you can get your ballots in the boxes really quick. So right here coming down aisle 3, you guys come over here to your right. We don't have any lines. There's no line right here. There you go. Everybody in this center line right here, we've got lots of open ballot boxes this way. Okay, you have your ballot. Hang on. Okay, we're getting really close here. Really close here and on the ballots. If you haven't voted, please vote now. Okay, I think we're close. I'm not seeing.
Anyone else who wants to vote in person? Can someone go out to the foyer and just tell them last call on the vice chair vote? Is there anyone in line? Anyone wanting to vote in the auditorium at the moment? Okay, I'm gonna give 20 more seconds here. Last chance. Who we good on? Okay. All right, I don't see anyone frantically running down here, so the chair declares balloting closed. The teller committee may take the ballot boxes back to count the ballots. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and allow HD 56 and Senate District, Senate District 35 to meet right now in the sanctuary. Well, not necessarily right now, but when they're available to meet in the sanctuary. So we will be in another brief recess, or brief is a relative term, but we'll be in a recess to allow them to conclude their business. If you are not a part of any of those multi-district counties, you can certainly stay for the results, but there is no more business to be conducted or concluded, so it's up to you if you wish to stay. So if you're not a part of those outstanding multi-county districts, you're more than welcome to stay or leave. It's your choice. The committee will be in a recess. If you purchase those items, the proceeds are going to her commissary fund so that she can have more than just what the prison offers on their own. So if you want to help out Tina, go do that. And I also have a public service announcement from Mickey.
Hey, Colorado State Central Committee. Call me sick, but I've really enjoyed today. I love gathering with other people that love our state and love our nation. If you've been paying attention to what's happening in our state capitol, you know how our Second Amendment rights are under assault. Larimer County is hosting a sporting clay fun shoot on May 17th. We know that in order to get candidates elected, it takes some money. And so we are throwing this fundraiser to do just that. But we also want to bring an awareness to our Second Amendment rights. So we would love to have you join us. You can go to larimergop.org, look for the button that says Liberty and Lead. We are giving, we're having a live auction, silent auction. Our live auction, we have a very cool machine gun party that we're going to be auctioning off. How fun is that? And we are going to feed you breakfast, lunch, after event celebration with a beer garden. It's going to be a great day. It's going to be held at Great Guns out in Nunn, Colorado, May 17th. So we'd love to have you join us. Thank you so much.
We'll go ahead and stay in recess. I'm going to go check on the credentials, or excuse me, the teller team, and we'll see if we can get you some results very soon. I believe all the multi-county districts are still, there's probably one more. I think it's the Senate district. Congressional District 2 wrapped up, and I think it's Senate District 35 that's doing their business. But other than that, you're welcome to stay and wait for the results. If not, you want to go get dinner, that's fine too. The only business we have left is results, and then we'll adjourn.
running. We're going to start working on being united and working on getting the party and start winning races. Remember, we already just talked about there, we need 6 more seats in the House so we can get it to be the majority. We have other seats at Senate and we have a lot of work to do. So rest up. And then when we're going to start calling everybody, going to start rolling up your sleeves and we're going to get to work. So thank you very much, everybody. You guys are the best. Thank you.
They're tallying up the sheets, so I'll just give a few points of information that everyone should hear about, I suppose. Throughout this process, we've been in contact with all the candidates for transition purposes. They've all received emails about what's going on. Just so that everyone knows, day one, which technically today, but customarily it's usually Monday of when they actually start doing their work. They'll be handed, the new leadership team will be handed a binder with centralized information so that they can start the process of taking custody of the party's assets. And we worked very hard to make sure that all of that was done because 2 years ago, my predecessor did not do that. In fact, we had to wait till about May to have full custody of everything. That's not going to happen this time. Tom Bjorklund, we extended his term of service for an additional month to be the transition lead, and he's going to help facilitate the changeover, especially with the bank accounts and the financials. The new leadership team is more than welcome to not utilize him if they don't want to, but it would be pretty bad if they didn't allow him to at least file the April 20th report for the previous month's meeting. That's up to them. But just so you know, we went ahead and extended that term and already prepaid him so that there would be a smooth transition. We also hired a auditing firm. That contract and engagement was signed. I sent the email. I don't have it, but before we adjourn, I'll be sure to tell you what the firm is, who the firm is. They'll be able to complete their audit after April 15th. So right now, as you know, it's tax season, so they just were not in a position to do that prior, but they will be able to do something fairly soon after they wrap up their normal tax work. I guess one last thing I'll say before we announce the results here is that it's been an honor to serve this party. It's been certain. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I know for some of you standing up and clapping, you're being very polite, and I appreciate that. So, thank you, Cody. Folks, we've had our fair share of disagreements, but I hope certainly now you can all appreciate that despite the criticism, some of it probably deserved because no one's perfect, but a lot of it undeserved. I hope you can attest to the fact that we do run a fair and transparent meeting. There are times where it goes a little long, but I don't think anyone's in doubt, and I don't think the new leadership is going to question these election results. So hopefully everyone can appreciate that we did go above and beyond to do everything we could for you to be guaranteed and whoever came out victorious today. A word of advice, since I'm outgoing, especially to the new leadership team. This party is divided, obviously. And I know right now we want to feel united, but it's not true. We're not. If you look at the voting results today, I think it's pretty apparent that there's some work that needs to be done. And I'm not ascribing blame or assigning blame to anyone. All I'm suggesting here is that if unity is the real goal, then there's got to be some sort of recognition on all of our parts that we need to come together around principle and and of course, Donald Trump and what he's doing if we're really going to succeed. So I just want to say that I hope this party can succeed and move forward. I already know that there are a number of people that are, not liking the results, or others that love the results. That's just normally how elections go. But the one thing I would encourage all of you who have been participating, if for whatever reason you feel like you need to step in a different direction or join in, but certainly if you feel you have to step in a different direction, look for those opportunities within Colorado, because Steve Bannon said it best: Colorado's not lost. And he said that we can win again, that it's not going to be forgotten, and there's a lot of work that can be done on behalf of good causes and good candidates. So, folks, for those of you who didn't make it to the Bannon event, we had a lot of Antifa there. They were promptly restrained when they jumped on cars and whatnot. So we had a safe and good event. It was a successful one, and it was a great one. And I want to thank everyone for who did manage to come and support the party in that regard. But beyond that, folks, what I would also say is be happy. Be happy. We won in 2024. I mean, that's just apparent. We won in 2024. And if you can't be happy about that, I don't know what to tell you, because 2026 is going to be tough. And if you don't believe me, look to the fact that Donald Trump is not going to be on the ballot in 2026, and it's going to be that much harder for our guys in competitive seats to ride his coattails. In fact, it very well could be a very worse situation than what we saw in 2022. So it's important, vitally important, if you really want unity, then now's the time to lay down the swords. Now's the time to start engaging in dialogue and start talking about how we can work together on the areas that we do agree on. And hopefully those areas are Donald Trump and the Republican Party platform. So thank you. Again, it's been an honor. And I'm going to go ahead and read these results so we can get out of here. For vice chair, the second ballot was this. For 379 votes cast, no spoils, and they're all eligible, you needed 191 votes to win. Hope Scheppelman received 173 votes, and Darrell Lee Felon received 206 votes. The chair declares that Darrell Lee Felon has been elected as vice chairman, and that's official. And real quick, let me just check my agenda, make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and make this official. Yes. Oh, yes, I'll tell you what, sorry. The young Republicans wanted to make a quick announcement. I said that they could. Go ahead.
Sir, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, Madam Secretary, thank you for all your work over the last 2 years. Whether we were indifferent, didn't get along on everything, we thank you for all of your work. And we look forward to working with you in the future again. To the new team, congratulations. And very quickly, so we can all go home, my name is Josh Sonnenberg. I'm out of Logan County. I am the new state chairman of the Colorado Young Republicans. The vice chairman is Sean Veerhoff, and the chairman of our El Paso County is Colby Zipper. Right now, we have 14 chapters in the state of Colorado with over 200 members. If you know of any members or any young Republicans who want to join a cause, have them get in touch with us. We have these envelopes. Please take them. We can use all the help you can give us. We look forward to working with each and every one of you to continue to turn the state around. Thank you and God bless.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that audit committee was Way and Goodwin LLP. They're based out of El Paso County, and that's spelled W-A-U-G-H, Way and Goodman LLP. They will be conducting your audit, and that report will be forthcoming from your new leadership team. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
No, no.
Second. All in favor of adjourning, say aye. All opposed?